Hello everyone, how's it going? It's me again. It's been a while. I don't even remember how I streamed before. So yeah, this is Tales of Berseria. I've been away for maybe a month, more than a month. But that was mainly because my ISP decided I should not be able to stream. And, well, I can't really say anything to my ISP. The word is absolute. They allowed me to stream on Discord, which is something I was doing regularly during the month off. But, well, I haven't done it in over a week, but you know what I mean. How are you, Shiro? Oh, the expedition has returned. It's been here for a month, probably. How do I forgot how to play this game. Not that I ever knew how to play, to be honest. Quickie Peninsula. That's where you go for a quickie. Is the sound alright? Is
Scout ship
everything alright? I shouldn't have gone. Let's go to the next island.
Scout.
We're level 60. Really? I don't remember us being that high.
We did it! We completely filled in the world map!
That took a lot of work.
Nicely done. It's a good start, at least.
A good start? You mean there's more?
It's true that we completely explored the outer seas that surround Midgand, but for all we know, a whole new ocean might be waiting on the other side of the far continent, and we've only searched the surface of the outer seas. Who knows what sleeps beneath its waters?
I guess an explorer's job is never done.
Is that a hint of greed I detect? I thought Malakim were above all that.
You guys have lost me again.
Well, Malakim can live for thousands of years. I'm sure you'll finish your map one day. Assuming you don't become a dragon first.
If that happens, it happens. What matters most isn't that you make your dreams come true. It's
that you pursue them alongside your friends, right? Oh, look at you, kiddo! You stole Eisen's line right out from under him. Oh, sorry, Eisen.
Don't worry about it. I really enjoyed making this map with you guys.
I did not.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know how far I'll be able to go, but it's always about the journey, not the destination.
Where are we? Okay, we're in this village, I guess. Let's talk to people. I don't know why we're in this village. I know we're in the end game.
A deal like this is
Oh, I thought I could talk to them from here.
Is the world gonna be destroyed by the bad guys? By this calamity monster? What'd I tell you about asking weird questions to strangers? Sorry, he's a real handful.
I don't mind. My little brother was full of curiosity too. Always asking everyone all sorts of questions.
Oh, is this your brother? No, I'm not. So the world's gonna be destroyed?
What would you say if I said yes?
I don't want to be destroyed! I want to be a pirate and explore the world, and I wouldn't be able to have my sister's meatballs anymore!
So, what will you do about it?
I'll stop that monster! I'll protect my sister!
Then you'll need to get stronger. The Lord of Calamity is really tough.
Stronger than a demon or a dragon?
You bet. But you'll still fight her?
I will!
Good answer. As a reward, I'll give you a good tip.
I'm the Lord of Calamity.
You'll need to get your own compass first.
A compass? Isn't that for ships? That'll make me stronger?
Yes. I know a boy who found a compass. With it, he traveled the world and got really strong.
Well, not your brother, he died.
I'll find the compass and get strong too!
Oh yeah, there was this thing. I completely forgot everything in this game. Sure, let's open it. Is this why we came here originally? Do you remember the last thing we did, Shiro? Because I don't.
I'm finally done cleaning up the house.
This house has plenty of room. We could add more to our family and still be fine.
Don't.
But that means I'd have to work that much harder, too.
It won't be so bad. As long as we work together as a family, it'll be okay.
All the kids look very different from parents. Are they really his kids? She just wants him out of the house.
We will help out too.
Yeah, that's right. We always help each other in times of need, just like the way Zavid does.
Aren't you the bossy one? But I hear you. We'll do it Zavid's way.
Yeah! I hope Zavid comes over to play soon.
Zavid.
We should ask them how they know him.
Yes, we should. I'll handle it. I'm Eleanor Hume, an exorcist with the Abbey. I'm terribly sorry to intrude, but I was hoping you would tell me how you all know Zavid.
Oh, do you know Zavid, too?
Yes, we have a history. I was passing by when I just happened to hear his name, and I thought I'd ask.
Oh, sure. Well, we feel like we owe him a great deal. I guess it all started when he kidnapped us.
Kidnapped you?
Let me explain. My wife and I, we were both chefs. And one day, Zavid showed up out of the blue and practically hauled us back to his home.
There, waiting for us, were Theodora and these children.
Theodora.
Yeah, Theodora? You know, his girlfriend?
His girlfriend.
These children had lost their parents, and Zavid and Theodora took
So
them
they
in.
really weren't his
Zavid
kids.
rushed us back outside. We were so startled by how sudden it all was. We had no idea what he was going to try to make us do.
But then he asked us if we could cook the children a meal that humans would find delicious. He said that Malakim enjoy eating the same kind of food as humans do, but they lack the skills or know-how to cook it.
At this point, how could we not help? We made them the biggest and best meal we could.
It was huge and delicious. The Mabo curry nearly melted my face off.
The pasta margarita was the best. Well, I loved the peach pie.
But yeah.
Is that a
We
euphemism?
ended up stopping by the house a lot and started teaching Theodora some recipes.
We lost a child to a demon. Ever since, we've forgotten we could ever laugh. But Zavid, Theodora, and the children, they gave us a newfound joy in life.
From a kidnapper to a savior, then.
Exactly. Until they came along, we'd never even realized that Malakim have hearts, just like people do.
It's because they do that they fight alongside you exorcists against the demons. I see that now.
Right.
What was Theodora like? I love her. When I was too scared to sleep, she held my hand.
I
and
bet
let
she's
me
a dragon
sleep in her
now.
bed. She reminded me of my mom.
But Zavid was always so mean to me. One time, he even hit me upside the head.
You two were always roughhousing, being dumb and breaking stuff and getting hurt.
Hey, you wanna fight?
Come on, you two. Calm down.
It sounds like these kids were well loved.
Yeah. But one day, without any warning, Theodora left the house and went missing.
And Zavid went off in search for his love, leaving you two to care for the children.
He asked us to keep the kids safe until he and Theodora returned home.
We just recently moved here, where there's a port, because our old town was too remote.
All right. I think I get it now. Thank you for sharing your story with us.
Zavid can be a bit rough and tumble, but he's a good man at heart. If he's in trouble, I hope you'll help him out. If not for him, then for the children.
All right.
I don't think we've ever been here, have we? We have not.
People have been saying that the Lord of Calamity destroyed Mercio, but do you know anything about what happened?
Well, Mercio wasn't destroyed. It was more like taken over. All the people were driven out.
How are other towns holding up?
Well, there are more demons around than before. I'd say people are getting nervous.
Is the demon blight really spreading?
It's the worst it's ever been these past few years.
In that case, it's more important than ever that we settle Eastgand.
Eastgand has had the least trouble with the demon blight. More importantly, there's room here for so many to settle.
So, you want to build a new town?
That was my chair.
Yeah. I'm thinking of the area around Lake Pernia. It's high up, but it's good land.
Ready access to good fresh water is a big plus. The soil is rich there too, so it'd be a good location for a town.
All right, now I'm getting excited.
Me too. It won't be easy, but in this world, what is? Besides, I want to do my part to help people.
Okay, last thing we'll need is ladies. We can't start a town without our better halves.
Before we plan our town, we'll need to plan for romance.
Don't waste your time.
What?
No woman will fall for a guy who whines about needing love or romance to make something of himself. If you want proof, look no further than the icy glares these ladies here are giving you.
Oh, that's scorn. I've never seen anything like it.
Still, it'll be lonely there with just a bunch of guys.
Speak not of dreams. Become them. I read that in a book once. People are drawn to those with conviction, who work hard to fulfill their dreams.
In other words, find passion in something, and someone will take notice of you.
A long time ago, I read that the secret to finding love is not to fall for someone, but to make someone fall for you.
Okay, let's do it. Let's make our lakeside town a reality.
Woohoo! The girls won't be able to keep their hands off us.
Okay, so they're talking about Lady Lake. That's how the idea of Lady Lake was born.
Theodora. She must be that white-horned dragon, right?
She must be. I don't see any other reason for Zavid to risk his life protecting a dragon.
To be living with human children who have gone through such trauma, the risk of exposure to malevolence would have been high. And yet she was willing to help them, to take them in. It's no wonder Zavid wants to save her.
But there's no way to turn her back into a Malak, right?
That's correct.
Which is why you feel you have to kill it. I don't disagree with your conclusion.
But
But I think you're going about it the wrong way.
how so?
No one would stand by and permit his former love to be killed before his very eyes. Even when said love has been irrevocably changed. If you could empathize with him and talk things out, I think you two can come to terms without having to fight.
For some things, Eleanor, emotion runs too deep for reason to be heard. If he was so easily swayed that words could convince him, he would already have killed that dragon.
But still...
I'm not in the mood to argue. Let's just go.
If only I could learn how to control those flames.
I know you guys. I heard you put a real dent in the Exorcist's strength.
I take it you're a Bloodwing? Got any new information for us?
With all the turmoil, there's a lot of noise out there. But I've heard one rumor that stands out. So there was this skilled Exorcist Praetor at the top of his game, yeah? Apparently, he got taken down by a Pinion.
Oh.
Jude?
And how'd this Pinion supposedly pull that off?
I know it sounds like I'm pulling your leg, but I'm serious. The Praetor said the Pinion attacked with arts of earth, water, fire, and wind.
The four
Miller.
elements.
That's not all. From what I hear, this Pinion sports red eyes and a golden coat. They call it Goldapin.
All right. So where is this Goldapin?
The attack happened in the Figal ice caps. But I gotta warn you guys, Goldapin is said to be an ominous creature that signals the end of the world. Listen, I'm telling you this for your own good. Whatever you do, you'd better steer clear.
Why would you say that? Oh, now we have to check this out. So it's a penguin with red eyes, a gold coat, and control over all four elements? That must mean...
They're calling her Goldapin, huh?
I've seen a lot of things out there, but never anyone who has mastered all four elements. Excluding myself, of course.
Whatever she is, if she's taken down a Praetor, she might be willing to work with us.
Or, you know, it could be a trap. This strengthens the case that she could be connected to the four Empyreans.
Either way, we should probably go and find out.
I'll send word to Jude and Iseult.
Hold on. That might complicate the situation.
We promised we'd let him know if we heard anything. I'm just staying true to our word.
Fine. But I have my own way of doing things, too.
Alright, let's go to the last exclamation mark.
Oh, hello again, Doctor.
Good day. May I order a bouquet? I need it this weekend.
A bouquet? Is it already that time again? You're heading to a ball again this year?
That's right.
A ball?
Same as always, Nico's favorites?
No, I'd like to order lilacs this year.
Lilacs?
I thought I'd tell her the news when I visited this year.
So, you finally decided to marry?
I have. I could never forget Nico. Not a day goes by where I don't think, if only I'd made up my mind sooner with her, then asked her to move here. She wouldn't have been there on that tragic night. And yet, I have to move on.
I think that's the right decision. We can't give up on our lives over those who have left us. We have to live. I'll make the biggest lilac bouquet you've ever seen. I'm sure Nico will be happy for you. And congratulations.
Thank you.
Why a lilac bouquet?
Lilacs
her
have a
favorite.
special meaning. A treasured memory.
I see. I hope his message reaches her.
Yes, I believe it will.
Is there anything here? What map? Great Retaliation. Okay, there's one here. Should we go to... Yeah, whatever. Did we get the item? I think we got the last item with this guy. That's why I'm here.
You're
Is he dead?
Laphicet, right? Yes. Who are you?
I'm Vidal's mom. He wanted me to give you this note.
It's the fourth ingredient. What happened to Vidal?
He has a high fever and can't move right now.
It's the terminal stage of the 12-year sickness.
It can't be.
All the other kids in town avoid Vidal because they're scared of the disease. But you chose to be his friend. I want to thank you for that. Vidal always perks up when he talks about you.
Miss Vidal's mom, I know this is sudden, but can I borrow his book? If we can figure out the last ingredient, we can make medicine that'll cure him. I don't care what it takes. I'll decipher it myself and...
That sounds like it could be really dangerous. I can't let Vidal's friends put themselves at risk like that. Besides, I've already lent the book to someone else.
Right? You're already
I've been prepared for this day.
giving away his belongings before he dies?
The 12-year sickness. I'm sorry, Vidal. I'm sorry I couldn't give you a healthy life.
What's the plan, Laphicet? Do you still intend to look for that last ingredient?
Why bother? Time's short and we're out of leads.
I know it's sad, but there's nothing we can do. Vidal was fated for this end from the start.
Is there really nothing we can do?
Don't feel guilty. None of this is your fault. You've been a good friend to him. Besides, the Omega Elixir is a fool's errand anyway.
How could you say that?
Jeez, Velvet! Even I'd have tried to soften that one.
What's there to be gained from being less direct? Sure, it might hurt now, but in time, it will be just another memory. A sad memory you'll keep tucked away for when you need it.
How can you talk like that? Videl's still alive! And what about all of his research? The Omega Elixir is real! I'm sure of it! I'm not ready to give up!
Then stop talking about it and keep on looking.
You mean it?
Once you've lost him, it'll be too late. No matter how sorry you feel, no matter how deeply you regret, regrets don't change into memories. They hang over you like a living nightmare. But you haven't lost your friend yet, or your hope.
Yeah.
Then hold on to it as tightly as you can.
Okay. I'm going to find that fourth ingredient. Let's take another look at the clues in Videl's notes.
Alright. We got the fourth ingredient. Yeah, the World Tree leaf. Last one was found in Val Forest. We've been to the Val Forest. There was some forest we didn't explore, right?
Is it true that more demons are appearing in other towns? And that some exorcists have suddenly lost their powers?
Yes, I'm afraid it is.
Is everything going to be all right?
Leave her alone, son. You're bothering the exorcist.
I just wanted to know how other places were doing.
In every city, the frequent demon attacks have endangered lives, caused chaos, and hindered travel and trade. Farms have been hit hard, and harvests are delayed. It's certain that there will be food shortages before long.
I thought as much. Well then, that settles it.
Settles what?
I'm going to plant an orchard and some vegetable fields. We've been
Why?
lucky. We've been spared the worst of it. Also, the soil here is rich and suited for farming. I can't fight the demons, but I can help stabilize the food supply. I want to do what I can to help.
That's wonderful to hear. I'm rooting for you with all my heart.
You know, if you're starting a farm, you're going to need someone at your side.
Would you please stop bringing that up?
No. If you're serious about this, I want to do everything I can to find you a match. So on that note, how about it? He's a good boy. You don't have to marry him right away. You can take it slow.
Sorry, I'm kind of married to my work.
A shame. Well, what about you? The scary girl over there.
Who are you calling scary?
My apologies, miss.
Hey, aren't you forgetting someone?
No way! I mean, love, marriage, that's not important right now. Besides, I have a date with these saplings.
He chose a tree over me.
I mean, maybe he is into that. I mean, some trees have holes in them.
Mercia was attacked by the Lord of Calamity and the town was lost. They say a bizarrely dressed witch chased down the townspeople and devoured any she caught.
That must be the Lord of Calamity. She dressed as a cackling witch to toy and torment us humans. That monster!
They say she wore a black cloak, a big hat, and rode a broomstick. She jeered and jested at those she caught.
So, a demon impersonated a witch and hunted humans, huh?
What happened in Mercio really got twisted in the telling.
That's the grapevine for ya. But that aside, this is unforgivable. I'd never use a broom or wear a black cloak. It'd go against my superb fashion sense.
I had to.
I've got a message from the boss. An antique collector named Wanjin has died, and his sizable stash is being sold off.
What do I care about some old pots and paintings?
I doubt you do. This message isn't for you. It's for Aizen.
For me? Why?
This Wanjin person was apparently quite the dragon researcher, amassing old books and materials on them. The boss just figured some of those books might come in handy to you.
I see.
There's a shop out in Port Cadnix that's unloading them as we speak. You might want to get a move on before they're gone.
Port Cadnix. I'll keep that in mind. Give Tabitha my regards.
Alright, we're gonna head to Cadnix, I guess.
That place really was a prison island. Worse, I heard that's where the Lord of Calamity was born.
Where did you hear that?
From an exorcist who lost his malak and caught the demon blight. He screamed it as he was killing his exorcist buddies. It happened in the forest. I managed to hide. I've never been so terrified in my life.
An exorcist turned into a demon.
He must have lost himself when he lost his Moloch. Looks like we really did a number on the Abbey.
If that's true, then it means the Calamity was born right under the Abbey's nose, and they let her escape. How could they let that happen?
I don't know, but I guess it means the exorcists aren't perfect. I thought that if we followed the shepherd, the Abbey would save us. But maybe that was just wishful thinking.
Port Cadnix, was it? Yep.
I heard that this recent rash of demon attacks is the work of a demon known as the Lord of Calamity.
I heard that too. They say she built a nest in Mount Killaros where she breeds swarms of demons like some kind of queen ant.
Really? That's not what I heard. I heard she's a giant, hideous hag with the head of a dragon and a mouth with gnashing teeth in each hand.
I think they just called you a hideous hag. Mouth hands? Oh, how ghastly!
That's not all. Those mouths spew forth clouds of toxic gas. Any human caught in it turns into a demon.
Wait, is that where demon blight comes from?
I couldn't say. It's just a rumor after all. But I haven't even gotten to the crazy part. This demon has a familiar, a short little thing that uses a huge board to create winds that spread the demon's poison. Rumor says that the nasty little creature takes the appearance of a trickster magician and is actually the demon's true form.
So some short little monster has caused all of this? Kind of makes you hate anyone short, doesn't it?
The fuck?
So the Lord of Calamity is actually a short, phony magician. What do you know?
Woe is me! My cover's been blown! Go, my hideous hag! Devour those meddlesome humans!
You there with the big sword. You've got skills, don't you?
How can you tell without seeing me in battle?
I'm just a mere swordsmith, but I've known all sorts of swordsmen. Sometimes a sword's spirit is much weaker than its owner's, and it can't match his prowess. Other times, the sword's spirit is too strong for its wielder to master, and it holds its owner in disdain.
You can tell? Even if someone doesn't draw his sword?
Not always, but sometimes.
Why is the guy in the back nodding?
His spirit is in perfect sync with the one residing in his blade.
Really? I never thought about my sword that way before.
I'm sure whoever forged that sword is glad to have a man like you wield his work. I'd love to meet a swordsman to whom I could happily entrust my work. But first I need practice. I've got to sharpen my skills and my spirit.
Good luck!
Thanks.
Oh yeah, they should be at the warehouse, right? Let's get this first. I was wondering why that guy didn't give us anything related to the information we got in the Lost Town. There it is.
Oh ho ho! If it weren't Aizen, I haven't seen you in forever, laddie.
I heard an antique stealer was handling Wanjin's collection. I take it that's you?
His father and I go way back, so his family begged me to handle it.
You know this guy?
He is excitable, but he's got a good eye for treasure. He's the one who sold me Fujibayashi's rod.
Oh, the one we used to fish up that demon pot, right?
From the looks of it, you've already sold everything.
I had tons for sale, a huge, massive collection, but the customers came rushing in and bought about everything that weren't nailed down.
And here we are, a week late and a sack of gold short.
Come now, Conjuress. Never underestimate the great Donella. I thought this might happen, so I set something special aside. And it's a real hoot, too. A book written in ancient Avarost.
Why do you have that book?
For years, the Abbey's been scooping up every scrap of paper with Avarost writings. It seems they've a bone to pick with it. But mischievous lads like yourself have always liked getting your hands on such forbidden fruits, yeah?
How much is it?
It's yours. Free, gratis. I've heard the rumors. If this book helps you smash the Abbey to rubble, that's enough for me.
Well, if you're sure, I'll take it.
Of course!
Another ancient book. We're gonna need Grimoire's help to read it.
I had a hunch this might happen, so I actually brought Grim along with me.
Let's get this over with.
Yes, teacher. If you read this part as Snira, then it means should do. But if it's a snick, then it means don't do.
The other word attached to it is pronounced cre. Which of those first two readings feels right to you? Sound it out.
Cre, Snira, Cre, Snick. Kresnik. Kresnik feels right somehow.
All right. And Kresnik translates as?
To retrieve something intact. To dig it out. But if that's what it means, then...
Yes, this is quite the extraordinary book you've found.
Hey, you two mind explaining what's so special in a way the rest of us can understand?
It's research about dragons and Malakim, written long ago by someone trying to figure out how to change a dragon back into a Malak.
They can be changed back? Does the book tell us how it can be done?
The book only contains records of failures and the conclusion it was impossible. But something interesting is written in the corner here.
Unless the intact heart of a white-horned dragon is consumed, a Malak's blessing shall be everlasting.
By devouring the heart of a white-horned dragon, a Malak's blessing will be lost. Are you saying that this is a way to break the Reaper's curse? If what this book says is true, yes.
Meaning one Malak would have to eat another Malak's heart? That's a little gruesome even by my standards.
Wait, was that something that actually happened during the ancient
Gruesome?
Avarost period?
The book
What?
states that during the course of the research, some Malakim were discovered to have lost their blessings. But it's not conclusive.
Guess there's no way to know unless we give it a shot.
Do you intend to try?
Savid! What are you doing here?
A nice old lady at the market told me what you guys were up to.
I guess you know the Bloodwings too, then.
Oh, you know, the ladies just can't keep away from a good man like me. Young and old. They just love me.
Not a chance.
You guys don't know how to take a joke, do you? Well, some things aren't a joking matter. You gonna try and kill her?
And what if I do?
You won't. I'll stop you.
Even if it means you have to kill me?
What is it with you and killing everything? Maybe you've been a little too receptive to the whole Reaper thing, huh?
Don't answer a question with another question.
I asked you first, Eisen.
Sometimes, death can be the release someone desperately needs.
Death, not depth. What the heck is wrong with the writing today?
I will kill that white-horned dragon.
Don't call her a dragon, damn it!
Dragging these nuts.
She has a name. Theodora.
I have nothing more to say to you.
This is your final warning.
A new
Show him.
Who would ever guess that devouring a dragon heart could lift the Reaper's curse?
Oh, what a glorious day it'll be when you drop the curse part and just become a Reaper at heart. It's like a bad fly. The more you try to shoo it away, the more it sticks around.
Do you think Aizen will really go through with it?
Don't ask me.
Well, I can't exactly talk to Magilu and Rokuro about it. Tact is lost on them. You're all I've got.
Hey, Aizen.
You expect tact from her?
Are you really gonna kill the dragon to get rid of the curse?
Yeah, I am.
Even knowing what she means to Zavid?
All the more reason to do it.
All the more. What do you mean?
I've said my piece. You can figure it out on your own.
Should we go to the ice place? I think it was near Helavis, right?
Did you hear? Another group of exorcists got taken out by the Whitehorn.
Oh, it's you too?
But they sent praetors after it this time. Is it really that strong?
The exorcists managed to wound it pretty bad, but they were still wiped out.
Between this dragon and the Lord of Calamity, what's going to happen to the kingdom?
We have to keep it together. That thing's still out in the Guyberg ice field, you know. If the worst comes to pass, we need to ensure the public's safety. We'd better make sure we know the evacuation routes.
Yes, sir.
Whitehorn. They must be talking about Theodora.
Yeah. If the dragon is that badly wounded, then now's my chance. Let's head for the Guyberg ice field.
With people talking about that dragon so much, I wouldn't be surprised if we ran into Zavid.
Yeah. And if he and Aizen butt heads again, I don't think we'll be able to avoid a fight this time.
Aizen said he was going to kill that dragon because she's important to Zavid. And he said that to kill was to save. What could he mean by that?
Oh, right down there. I guess it's Goldie Pen. Yep. Just run into everyone. Yeah, I bet that's Miller. She's very, very, very gold.
Eyes? Golden coat? It's Goldapen, all right.
And she's even got that quirk.
Be careful. If what we heard is true, she can use those 4 great spirits in battle.
See? She's drooling.
Does that mean she thinks we look tasty?
Does that mean she's a man-eating penguin?
Wait! Don't fight!
Hey! It's Jude!
No matter how
Jude.
much Mila loves to eat, she'd never attack a person without a good reason. Huh? Wait. This penguin isn't Mila?
Are you all right?
When I got your message, I ran all the way here without stopping
What's up with
to
that
eat or
blue
drink.
dot?
That's enough. When will you people learn to leave this penguin alone? Hunting for food, I could understand. But I won't allow you to take this creature's life on some flimsy notion of bad omens. If you want the penguins, you'll have to fight me first!
Alright. Weak to wind. Level 72, art attack plus 30%.
Who the heck?
Alright. We're gonna spam wind attacks. Swallow dance. Sounds good. Sounds good. Rising Falcon.
How are you? I'm Mila Maxwell, and I'm the protector of penguins.
Double haze! Purple blue! Spirit release! You wronged me! Here's your justice! Fighting order! Miss Huck Wheel! Shimmer spin! Alpha Wheel! That is Miss Huck Wheel!
No, I realize I have never used these only once. How do I do Mystic Art again? Hit combo or higher. Hold down to. I'm surprised she's not doing any Mystic Art. Speak of the devil.
Water dancing, wind be my earth, my spirit. Elements, I call thee. Elemental mastery. That is whirling assault. Clear way. Overdrive. Moonlight cyclone. That is moonlight cyclone. Binding spear. Maelstrom. Shake the limits.
Binding spear!
Jade Wave! Shooting star!
Slow down! That is cyclone! Pencil strike!
For one!
Binding
Hurricane!
Take that! No mercy! Wounds that won't heal! Carving the flesh! Lick Lightning! Rain down!
Careless. You're
Easy.
strong. You know your way around a sword.
As do you. I can see that Jude wasn't exaggerating when he called you the Lord of Spirits.
Jude? Do you know him? I've been looking all over for him.
He's next to you.
He's right there.
Oh, Jude! Thank goodness. I'm so glad you're safe.
Mila, you can tell it's me?
Really not.
Of course I can. You're a lot smaller on the outside, but you're still you on the inside.
Thanks, Mila. That being said, I haven't exactly had an easy time in this form.
Yes, I can see how it might have given you some trouble. Leia and Elise would probably be worried sick, and Alvin would tease you mercilessly.
I think there's a way I can change back. When I fought these guys before, I was somehow able to do it.
You fought them? So they really are a bunch of no-good Penguin abusers.
We're not, I swear. It's all a misunderstanding.
It's
I'll
okay,
fight them
Mila.
both together.
They're the ones who told me where to find you, and they're not Penguin abusers.
Oh, all right then. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go jumping to the wrong conclusions about you.
Everyone, thank you so much for reaching out to me.
No need to thank us. We just did the same as anybody would.
I'm glad you found your friend.
However, both of you are still stuck here.
It's fine. The two of us will figure something out. We'll get Jude back to his normal self and find our way home to Riza Maxia.
Yeah.
Oh, do you want to come along too?
You know this Penguin?
Yeah, for some reason I've taken quite a liking to him. Something about him just feels familiar.
I suppose so.
They're gone. Is it really okay to let them leave?
What do you say, Eisen? Do you think Mila is connected to the Empyreans?
No. Her arts felt fundamentally different from the ones we Malachim use.
Agreed. I think I might actually believe they came from another world.
In that case, we can let them be. Since she took down that exorcist, I don't think we need to worry about her joining forces with the Abbey.
Yeah, but couldn't she still join our side?
I wonder. I feel like she might be a bit out of our league.
I don't know. I think you two have more in common than you'd care to admit.
We should leave them be. Besides, if they came with us, Eleanor might try to eat Jude.
I would not!
That is a lot of experience. And a lot of greed. We can now get our gear to level 10. Let's save first. I mean, yeah, she's level 72 and I'm 62, and probably why I... Hmm. Anything we haven't mastered? Yep. These ones. Let's swap party members, or never mind. We're good. How do I go to... I want to go to the ice area again.
Velvet? Is everything okay?
Don't worry. I'm all right. I was just thinking of something that Celica liked to do whenever we passed a gravestone.
What was it?
I have a secret to tell you, she'd say. Then she'd hand me a flower and add, take it to the grave.
What does that even mean?
That's just a bad pun.
Exactly. Celica loved her puns. Nico's dogs are so cowardly that when a stranger comes by, they don't bark. They hide up on the woof.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Ugh, feel like someone just broke my funny bone.
You had one?
I always told her to stop with all the bad jokes. I thought they were so lame. But now that she's gone, I miss them. Every day with Celica was bright, filled with joy. I realize that now.
She'd be happy to hear that. You know, it sounds like Celica and Magilu had a lot in common.
If you're trying to say I'm an unrepunitent punster, I'd have to object. But if you're trying to say that I'm witty, charming, and the party mood maker, I'll take it. Hey, Velvet, you can think of me as your new sister. I won't stop you. I'll even let you call me Big Sis.
I'm this close to suing you for defamation of character.
I knew I'd see you in court one day. Judge, objection! This is a witch hunt!
You're incorrigible. Anyway, we don't have time to get all misty-eyed. Let's go.
I know we don't have enough for this, but we'll get it one day.
Good luck out.
That's where the ice area was, wasn't it? We need to kill that thing. I need to be able to reflect stuff. probably the best way to do it. Reflect damage back to the thing and... Alright, there's a dragon.
She's hurt, just like they said.
Is this really how you mean to lift your curse?
I'm not the cursed one.
I'm game.
Let's go.
Staz. Tasmanian devil.
I told you, that ain't happening on my watch.
And if you stop me?
What else? I'm going to figure out a way to save her.
If that's what you want to try, then go ahead. But know that I'm not going to stop.
You know, I just don't get it. How could a guy like Ifrid be friends with someone so hell-bent on senseless killing?
Sometimes, to kill someone is to save them.
Who the hell is going to be saved by being killed? There's not one damn person in the whole world! No matter what happens, you can't give up on living. That's my creed.
Well then.
Guess we're doing this.
What? Why does it have to come to this? You both want to save the same person.
Sometimes, you just have to fight these things out.
Yeah.
No escape! Here it comes!
Only resists Earth. Okay, I guess I'm just gonna focus on stunning. Paralysis. Stun. They do this. Slicing foot. Paralysis.
Holding back, Eisen. Good. If you want to stop me, then fight to kill. No. Regret. Too easy. Regret.
Lavender and violet gather.
Regret.
No.
Dark and light. Inspiration.
It's only level 60. It doesn't have any weakness.
No escape! Too easy!
It's annoying though.
Twisted! Let's pick up the pace! Burning winds, run wild! Ground fire! Twisted! Take that!
You won't get away!
See this?
Here!
Take that! Twisted! See this? Burning winds, rotate! Twisted! No escape! Armor crusher! Double haze! Too easy! Regret! Strong! Beneath! Gotcha! Take that! Regret!
Just stun. Damn it. I'm dead.
No, I can't die here.
Raise me.
Disgraceful.
Too easy.
Blade of Heaven's will pierce my enemy. Now, rise, arise, ascending, angel.
What is that meant to be? Easy.
She's still a threat.
You've got that right.
Don't even try it!
Zavid, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm not dead yet, at least.
Thank you for saving me.
I should be thanking you. I'm just glad you're not hurt.
Me?
That's right, kid. Nothing would hurt Theodora more than to harm a child.
Theodora.
The thing is, even when a child's lost their parents, their family, even when despair fills their heart, if you hold their hand, they'll squeeze back. Those hands, frozen cold from fear and insecurity, will start to feel warmth again. That warmth, a tiny spark deep within, can rekindle their feeling of being alive, because they possess the determination to keep on living. That's why Theodora never turned her back or gave up on a child. She was more passionate about life than anyone I've ever known.
And that's why you're protecting her.
Just how long do you plan on cleaning up after that dragon?
She's Theodora.
Once a Moloch becomes a dragon, there's no turning back.
And you think that gives you the right to kill her? You talk like you have such noble intentions, but you're not fooling anyone. You just want to lift your Reaper's curse.
I'm not the one who's cursed.
You're telling me there's some other Reaper out there?
Don't answer a question with another question.
Shut the hell up! You're all talk and no fight. You're a damn coward. That's all you are. In the future, if you try to lay even a finger on Theodora, well, there's going to be hell to pay.
Don't worry, he's not gonna finger her.
Give
You
me
just
hell
put on the
if you
hook
like.
and do it.
Think about one thing first. Think about what she taught you about living, and consider what it really means to be alive.
Why does it have to be like this? I get that their creeds mean a lot to them both, but isn't that all the more reason for them to try to understand each other? But instead, they resort to fighting without even listening to each other first. How can they be like this?
Yeah, I don't want them to fight either. But there's something else I can't figure out.
Is it about why Aizen's so intent on killing that dragon?
That's part of it. What I can't figure out is what he means when he says that killing can also save someone. And how he's not the one with the curse.
Maybe he feels pity for Theodora, and how she's doomed to keep on living as a dragon.
Yeah. What does it really mean to live?
This topic sure got deep fast.
Yeah.
Could have had more experience and more great. Fashion. So much for being jacketless. Let's do a quick save. Yeah, I need to find a way to get rid of that thing. Before we leave, is there anything in town? Yes, there is. Oh, more than one thing. Can I just quick travel to it? Nope. I don't know, I'm just old-fashioned where a quick save is not permanent to me, so I always make it a point to put another save.
Kamawana's come down with a fever.
What?
I've been tending to her, but it just won't go away. She just keeps mumbling over and over about how she doesn't want to take her mom's medicine.
Kamawana.
We've heard her talk about her mom's medicine before, haven't we?
I gather that it's something her mom used to make her take whenever she came down with a cold.
It might be something specific. If there's any left, it would be back at her old house in Haria, right?
Probably. I don't know if it'll work now that she's a Therian, but I'll go and try to find it.
You'll do no such thing. I'm sorry, but the Abbey's still looking for you, and there's no way I'm about to hand you over.
Don't try to stop me, Velvet.
Look, we'll go to Haria. You stay here and take care of Kamoana.
Eleanor.
Velvet, if you try to fight Medusa, it won't end well. And I would back her up, too.
So what? I'll just kill you too.
We have time to argue about this. We have time to go find that medicine ourselves.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Thank you.
Eleanor, why are you going so far out of your way for Kamawana?
After my mother was taken from me, I found myself an orphan of the Abbey. I grew up figuring that I'd probably become a nun and spend my life in mourning.
You just find orphans for yourself?
My inner resonance awakened. I honestly believed that I had been given the power to change the world for the better, you know? Less sorrow, less suffering. But even after I donned the mantle of the exorcists, I was still pathetic, full of ideals, but so ignorant of the way things really work. ignorance is what drove me to go after Mahina and take her away from Kamoana. I can't change the past, but at the very least, I can atone. I'd do anything to give her a chance.
All right then. She's in your hands.
We'll be as quick as we can.
What? What was that I just felt?
Laphicet? Is everything okay?
Yeah, it's just... I don't know how to explain it, but I sensed something, and it wasn't good. It's like something dark dug itself into my chest. Eleanor's the same as always, right, Rokuro? Nothing different?
Yeah, same old fired up Eleanor. At least, that's what she projects.
She projects what? Who's writing the stuff here? It is so odd. I'm noticing way more mistakes than usual today. Maybe they were getting towards the end of the game and they just said, you know what, who cares? Just finish the script. How do I get to a sanctuary again? Okay, just keep heading south. What are you praying for?
Magilu's real name is Magilanica, isn't it? Yes, it is. She's always been so distant. Distant? What makes you say that? She's always had strong resonance and was able to see us Malakim from the day she was born.
But her family thought her powers were creepy, and they
Oh
abandoned her.
god, BMFO's still a thing, isn't he?
That's terrible. So she got picked up by that crooked troupe that put her in their freak show.
Yeah, that was when she caught me. When I got caught up in her life.
It's hard to imagine how painful it must have been. A little girl forced to the stage, made a source of amusement and revulsion and hate. You can see why she'd want someone on her side, even if that someone was Bienfu.
Hey!
But she managed to get away, right? After the accident?
Well, that accident was set up by Lord Melchior.
What? Is it so hard to believe? Melchior was looking for someone he could shape into becoming his worthy successor, so he made sure she survived the wreck.
He probably justified it as saving the world.
Tell me, Grimoire, what's your connection with Melchior? I don't really have one. I knew the former head of the Exorcist a little, but I stayed out of his way. He never talked about personal matters. At least not while he was sober.
As I recall, Magilu trained under Melchior and rose as far up the ranks as Legate.
That's right! She worked really, really hard to get there, too.
Magilanica Lou Maven. When Melchior adopted her and gave her his last name, that was the first time she really felt that she had a home. When she lost that name, she was devastated.
She failed Lord Melchior's last test, and he just discarded her like an unwanted toy.
She was an empty shell of a person when Bienfu brought her to me. Magilu stayed with me for a little while, but then one day she left without warning. As for what happened next, well, you probably know better than I do. Yeah, I guess we do. I'd ask you to look after her, but I know how that would go. It'd have to be a pretty cold day in hell. I'm sorry I talked about your past behind your back. It wasn't my place to say.
It doesn't bother me. You were talking about Magilanica, and Magilanica might as well be dead.
But while we're on the subject, may I ask just one question? It wasn't failing to hold up against Melchior's art that broke your spirit, was it? It was when you realized that he no longer considered you his daughter.
Who can say? I've left my life as Magilanica behind me. I'm not her anymore. I'm the evil witch Magilu who fights alongside the Lord of Calamity!
Well, wherever you go, Miss Magilu, I'll follow you as long as I live!
Well now, Bienfu, you think you can get away with talking about me behind my back?
Huh? Why do you only care that I did it? What about the others?
Yours is not to question.
How could I forget how mean you are?
I'm glad you finally found a place where you can belong.
Can we just kill Bienfu? She has a new outfit. How bad is it? Most of them are pretty bad. It's more clown than... is it? I don't know.
If you repent your sins in a sanctuary, the Empyreans are supposed to forgive you or something, right? If I say something here, I wonder if Inominat will hear me.
Go fuck yourself, Inominat.
Besides, I doubt this sanctuary was built on an Earth Pulse point.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Was there something you wanted to say to him?
Yeah. I wanted to thank him for the comb, and also tell him what I'll be doing next.
If I had to guess, I'd say that everything you want to say has already made it over to Laffy.
Why do you think that?
Because I got it loud and clear myself.
Fee.
Malakim turned people's prayers into blessings. What you pray here and now may or may not reach Inominat. But it will give Laphicet strength.
Alright. Then I'll pray for just one thing. Please. Take care of...
Okay, I'll take care of. Alright, why can't I go to a different place? That's really odd. So I go to his salt. I don't know why they suddenly blocked it off for us. Probably because of their quest, but still kind of excessive. Man, living in a town like this would be my nightmare. Sun, sand, no thanks.
Hey, if you were thinking of going this way, you should reconsider.
Oh, okay.
And why is that?
A real nasty demon's taken root up in Haria village. It's a huge troll with a big old club. And this isn't the first village the brute has taken out.
Did you say a troll? You didn't happen to hear if the troll was wearing a large jewel, did you?
Yeah. I hear the greedy beast's been going around stealing all sorts of treasure.
It's that demon.
Alright, so we're gonna put her mother down for good. Could also be for bad, I don't know. Relax, it's not a troll from Berserk or something. They're not gonna do anything.
I'm fine. It's nothing.
If you say so.
Hey, Laphicet's your partner. You realize that he can probably sense your worries? I don't care if you keep secrets from the rest of us, but you should at least be straight with him.
You're right, Rokuro. I should. I'm sorry, Laphicet.
That's okay. I don't know how much help I could be anyway.
Well, having someone listen would be help plenty. I think the demon that Bloodwing mentioned could be one that attacked my village.
Is that when you got your scar?
It was when a group of giant trolls descended on our home. They were after a jewel housed in our shrine. A jewel called Eleanor.
Same name as you.
It means light. The jewel shone brilliantly, even when in total darkness. It gave its blessings upon our village, and in turn, we safeguarded it for generations. During the attack, my mother and I fled with the jewel to keep it from falling into the demon's hands. But we didn't get far. I got hurt, and my mother... She used the jewel to draw their attention away from me. She died, protecting me.
I see. So if the demon possesses this Eleanor jewel, you'll know it attacked your village.
And that it's responsible for your mother's death.
Exactly.
If you want vengeance, I've got your back. It sounds like this one will put up a fight. But
More mistakes.
Velvet, she doesn't like us calling the shots.
Knock yourselves out. If there's one thing I can connect with, it's wanting revenge.
Not your sounded out. What? Who is writing the subs here? They're terrible.
Just so we're clear, this thing isn't the reason I joined the Exorcists.
This thing? You talk of avenging your family, and it's just this thing?
My mother said, stay strong and keep living. As she lay dying, she begged me to survive. And I want
More
to
mistakes.
Be that person.
I just can't stop saying it today.
Right now, my first priority is to find Kamoana's medicine. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, whatever. It's none of my business. But I better not hear you complaining if I end up devouring that demon first. Got it?
I have to be strong. I have to be strong. For Kamoana and my mother.
Did that weird feeling just come back?
Yeah. I'm not seeing any of those demons we heard about.
Let's look for the medicine while we can.
Hey, this is what we're looking for?
I think so.
Hey, there's a note attached to it too.
A note? Is it instructions on how to prepare the medicine?
It's a placebo.
No, it's more like directions on how to administer it. This medicine is extremely bitter. Kamoana hates taking it. If she develops a fever while I'm away, you need to do specific things to get her to take it. There are 3 ways.
She stopped before they heard the footsteps.
Look, it's wearing a jewel.
Your family jewel.
That's Eleanor.
Then this must be what killed Eleanor's...
Oh! Eleanor! Go give her some help!
Okay, demi-human fiend, weak to neutral and water. I don't have anything else with feet. I guess I'll go with that.
Kill my mother! I hate you! I hate you!
Eleanor, calm down.
I don't think she can hear you right now.
All we can do now is help her fight.
Right.
Shooting star! Deception!
No escape!
Double haze!
Armor pressure!
See this?
Double haze! Armor crusher!
I'll stop you! I'll stop you! Shooting star! Double haze! Deception! Double haze!
My fiery mirrors!
No, it's only level 64.
See this? See this? Armor crusher! Double haze! I'll stop you! Total blue! I'll stop you! No escape! I'll stop you! Shooting star! I'll stop you! Double haze! No escape! See this? See this? See this? Double haze!
It seems like just a damage sponge.
Shooting star! No escape! I'll stop you! No escape! Form 6! No escape! Form 6! Hit 3! See this? See this? I'll stop you! See this? See this? See this? Shooting star! I'll stop you!
Spirit release! You wronged me! Here's your justice! Fighting order!
Shooting star! No escape! Deception! I'll stop you!
Oh, I didn't realize it was so low on health.
I did it.
I could have used a Mystic Art.
Finally did it, Mom.
Eleanor?
I don't know how to feel. I wanted this so badly. Vengeance. Closure.
It makes sense. This is what's been driving you.
I suppose you're right. But if this is truly a part of me, I can't help but empathize with Kamoana. If she ever found out the truth of what I did to her mother, I know exactly how she'd feel. She'd want to kill me.
I don't know about...
It's only natural. You said so yourself. I can't stand it. It's eating me up inside. I keep telling myself I did it for her own sake, but I've just been lying. I'm horrible. If Kamoana ever attacked me, maybe I'd end up killing her too, just to save my own worthless skin.
That's not who you are.
It is exactly who I am! And besides... Kamoana's only alive because she ate her own mother! I have a hard time believing that any salvation awaits
Oh yeah,
someone
she
like
did
her.
eat the mother. I forgot about that.
Oh, of course. I get it now.
You've been carrying this pain for a long time.
My mother told me to stay strong and keep living. I'm only here right now because she sacrificed her life. And yet, I'm selfish, pathetic. I'm so sorry, Kamoana. Mother!
This is bad. She's exuding malevolence.
No! Don't try to carry the burden all by yourself! Ah! If we don't do something, Laphicet's going to lose his vessel.
It's fine. Let her spill it all out.
Imbecile! Without a vessel, he'll turn into a dragon! All hell will break loose!
Method 1. Wrap the medicine in sweet starch paper. This only works about half the time. Usually she just eats the paper and spits the medicine back at you. Method 2. Mix it in with your meals without telling her. It tends to make the food bitter. I think she's catching on. It's gotten harder to trick her and she may refuse to eat. Method 3. Pinch her nose and force her to swallow it. But be very careful. She will struggle and try to bite. You don't want to lose a finger.
Is this really the time?
Is that note you found?
Yes. It's the one Mahina left with her daughter's medicine. Her duties must have often taken her away. Someone else had to watch Kamoana.
Her fevers are caused by mental distress, but for some reason she believes that these bitter berries are medicine. If she takes one, her mind will stop racing and she will calm down. I realize that this is an awful lot to ask, but please, I love her very much. Please make sure that she takes her medicine, no matter what you have to do.
It is a placebo then.
But deep down, she's just a kind-hearted girl
I was
who's
right.
very lonely. Please, please do what you can for her. I can't thank you enough for your help.
I didn't realize that her mother was so...
Good at lying.
Yeah, it looks like her mom had a bit of a forceful streak with her, doesn't it?
Nobody's a saint in this world, not even our own mothers. If they need to, they'll lie and use force. You do absolutely whatever it takes to protect your child.
The resolve to protect your child.
Well, Eleanor, have you calmed down now?
Yes. I apologize for my behavior.
So, what are you going to do, now that you've been asked by both Medissa and Kamoana's mom?
I guess... No. I'll make sure she takes the medicine. I swear, she will get better.
Do whatever you feel you need to.
All right, get a move on, guys. Let's hurry back to Kamoana.
No experience. Increased drop rate from enemies of monster skills that the character already has, I guess.
Are you holding up okay under the malevolence?
I'm fine. It's Eleanor I'm worried about.
She'll manage.
That woman takes no half measures. Not with life, not with malevolence, and not with fighting to overcome it.
More mistakes.
She will get through this. That's just who she is.
Yeah, you're right.
Man, I feel bad for anyone who is deaf with this game.
I knew this would be... Show him...
So many mistakes.
The jewel. It's smashed to bits. I'm sorry, Eleanor. I know how important it was to you.
It's our fault. We were too reckless. We're sorry, Eleanor.
You better be sorry! That thing must have been worth a king's ransom!
Moggy stop that!
It's fine. Going easy on a demon wouldn't really suit you guys. Besides, my mother imparted kindness and generosity upon me, and those are more valuable than any jewel.
Bad news, guys!
What? Are you
Come on, I lost it.
This is serious!
Kamawana's gone delirious from her fever. She turned into a Therian and went crazy.
Where's Medissa?
She used herself as bait to lure Kamawana away and keep anyone here from getting hurt. They look like they were headed for Mount Killerhouse, but I'm not sure how long Medissa will be able to hold out.
We need to go after them!
Are you all right with me taking the lead?
Yes. Go ahead.
Let's check the shop first. I really have to go the long way there. Yep. Well, at least it's not going to be a long way there.
Kamawana, honey. You're hungry, right? It's okay. You can eat me if you need to. If it means you'll go back to your sweet, normal self.
Stop!
Slap her.
Kamawana, I've got your mom's medicine right here.
You're lying!
It's true. Your mom heard you had a fever, so she sent us this medicine to give to you.
No! I hate it! It tastes so bitter!
It's okay. It's not bitter. Your mom figured out a way to make it sweet, just for you.
I don't believe you! You're lying! Lying!
It's true. Here, see?
It's still bitter. You lied to me.
I know. I'm really sorry, Kamawana, but I had to.
Kamawana's fever has finally broken. She seems to be sleeping soundly.
Well, that's one crisis averted.
Eleanor, I couldn't have done this without you. Thank you.
I was just following your example.
You're really prepared to pull out all the stops for her, aren't you?
I am. I don't know how this will all end up, but it just feels like the right way. I may be weak, but as long as I can stay true to myself and live life as fully as I can, I figure my mom will maybe understand.
You already seem pretty strong to me, Eleanor.
Seriously? What could ever make you think that?
It's the parts you don't think about that are the strongest.
That doesn't even make sense.
A mother's not ever going to be that hard on her child, no matter how they turn out. Mothers just want their children to be well and to live a happy life. I'm sure that's what yours meant for you.
You think?
Sounds right to me.
If you ever become a mom yourself, you'll understand.
I can't say I plan on it right now, but duly noted.
Eleanor! What's wrong? Why is your face all red?
Is it? It's just, you see...
We're just having a little girl talk amongst ourselves. You're free to join if you like, though.
What? No thanks. Sorry to interrupt.
Maybe I shouldn't have teased him so much there.
I may not be a mother, but I think I do understand. When I'm around Laphicet and Kamoana, strong or weak, level-headed or a little lost, it doesn't matter. All kids deserve to have a good life.
So all we got out of that was a color variant. It's so weird how slow leveling these things is. Then again, I'm not fighting too much, am I? Is there anything else that they could give me? Could have just opened the map. Oh, there is.
Kamoana, has your fever finally gone down?
It has, and it's all thanks to you.
But now there's something extremely important that she must ask of you. Would you hear her out?
No.
You sound really serious. What is it?
I want you to open my treasure chest with me.
A treasure chest? What's inside?
Well...
Treasure, of course. So it's a secret.
But it's a really, really, really important treasure.
How important are we talking here? Would you risk your own life for it?
I totally would. It's at least that important. Maybe more.
Well, if it's that important, then I guess we'll have to help you.
Yay! Thank you.
Where's the treasure chest then?
On some ice. Floating out in the sea.
Next time,
Thank you.
somewhere a little safer, Kamoana.
Oh, and you can't open it without the key.
This is getting more complicated by the second.
Well, if you leave a treasure chest unlocked, you're just asking for trouble.
Okay. You've got me there.
Do you remember where the key is? It's in Dial's pocket. I slipped it in while he was sleeping.
Yeah, I don't like where this is going.
What else was I supposed to do? It's a secret key.
Yeah, I know.
All right, let's go hunt down Dial. Good luck.
Cut down his tail if we have to. Did you throw it out?
Why the hell did I have to be an old lizard? Why couldn't I be a salamander? Then at least I could breathe fire to warm myself up.
Don't move, Dial. We're going to search you now.
What? Why? I haven't done anything wrong. Today.
No key.
Figures. You must have dropped it somewhere.
What are you all talking about?
Kamoana says she hid the key to her treasure chest in your pocket.
Seriously? Why me?
I just figured that if anybody tried to steal it, you'd, bite them and stuff to protect it.
I'm sorry I didn't live up to your expectations.
Any idea where you might have dropped it?
That's hard to say. Wait, it might have been when I was drying my shirt back in the inn. I think I heard a clink of some sort there.
You didn't check?
When it was drying? Don't you know to check your pockets before you do the wash?
Come on, I'm a bachelor. You're expecting way too much from me.
Well, I guess we should check the inn next.
It's okay, you're a bachelor for now. I'm pretty sure this game is setting him up with Melissa. And they're adopting Kamoana or something.
it is. This must be the key.
Yay! You found it! I knew you could do it, Eleanor. You said the chest was floating on an iceberg, right? I'd say that's our next stop.
You hold on to the key, Kamoana. Just make sure you don't drop it, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so we go this way. That's where I went early on. There was nothing.
It opened! It opened! Good job, Kamoana!
All right, so what's inside?
Don't you remember? It's supposed to be a secret.
It's one of my mom's recipes. She wrote it down for me so that I could fix it myself when I got older.
If.
That sounds like something really precious. Are you sure you want to share it with us?
Uh-huh. It's supposed to be a secret between me and my mom, but you all saved me when I needed you, and I really want to thank you, so it's okay. Thanks, everyone.
You're welcome, Kamoana.
It's a recipe for mabo curry that my mom came up with just for me. It's the best in the
Look at his face.
wide world. It looks delicious. You better have some too, Velvet. You go out there and win. Medissa and me will be cheering you on.
Yeah, I won't back down. I promise.
Right, for the troll. I think we're done here. Yep. Let's buy more of these teleporters. Need more of this. Let's go to Renewed. And we wanted to... I think I'm gonna do some farming. But also let's collect that thing that lets us travel faster. Was it worth it? I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna come back here anytime soon, but...
Finish this now. Infernal Torrent! Fertile Blue! Crash through! Crash through! Infernal Torrent!
We can do this!
Double haze!
The waste.
There are none who can resist my spear! I'll show you the beauty of my spear I'm not one to go easy.
I'll finish this now.
I can't even call that a fight.
Alright, that's what I was looking for. We got two. Reflect 7% of modified damage. think I'm gonna upgrade my void ring. Oh, this shop has a few things. Oh, I need more. Hmm. Should I dismantle the Ember stuff? Right, we need to find tempering. Do I even get that?
Good luck.
I think this is really the only thing I could do. Let's
Let me take point.
But, look, he looks so weird riding that. I'm thinking nullify the damage, and it seems like increasing the percentage is not really gonna do much for me. So I'm just gonna hope for nullification, and that would reflect the damage back to the boss.
I don't think we have a chance.
Heaven's Wrath! Rising Falcon! Crash through! Moonlight Sight will no escape! Surrogate! Splitter! Swallow down! Heaven's Wrath! Infernal Torrent! Running down! Battery mirrors! Swallow down! No escape! How could this happen? Through troubles, Rising Falcon! Splitter! Through troubles, Rising Falcon! Through troubles, receive God's blessing! Invigorate us! Swallow down! Lick the swallow down! Blessing cross! Armored!
It's only like 5%, or is it 7%?
Crash through!
Get out of my face, Velvet.
Rising Falcon! Heaven's Wrath! Soaring Dragon! Rising Falcon! Viewer! How does this happen? Grounding Strike! Through troubles, receive life blessing! Lick the kneecap! Clear away! Invigorate us! Yes! Dodging cross! Swallow down! Soaring Dragon! Heaven's Wrath! Thermal Viewer! Swallow down! Rising Falcon! Flash! Terror Dash! Yeah! Whirling Top! No escape! Running Mound! Soaring Thunder!
Not reducing the damage.
Crash through! How could this happen? Based upon my fiery mirrors! Through troubles, receive life's blessing! Clear away! Invigorate! Crash you! Heaven's Wrath! Lick the kneecap! Infernal Torrent! Blessing for life for head! Clear away! Through troubles, slow down! Slow down! Inspiration! No escape! Binding Frost! Hearing! Soaring Dragon! Blessing Frost! Soaring Dragon! Clear away! Invigorate us! Lick the kneecap! Inspiration! No escape! Element how could this happen? Clear away! Invigorate us! It's a speciality! Inspiration! No there!
Am I really that unlucky? 5%. I'm waiting for a 5%.
Cerberus Wave! Lick the kneecap! Ride Thunder! Heaven's Wrath! Crash through! Rolling Serpent! Infernal Torrent! Crash through! Too slow! Swallow down! Heaven's Rapid! Swallow down! No escape! Cerberus! Invigorate us! Splitter! Crash through! Thermal Viewer! Heaven's Wrath! Soaring Blade! Pierce True! Maelstrom! Divine Favor! Vanishing Thunder! Clear away! Invigorate us! Inspiration! No escape! No escape!
I haven't reflected a single point of damage to him.
No escape! Inspiration! Cleansing Lance! Heaven's Wrath! Infernal Torrent! Heaven's Wrath! Moonlight Cycle! Receive life blessing! No escape! Hexus Strike! Warrior! Pierce! Cleansing Falling black fire cannot escape! Void fire! My head! Crash! Clear way! Invigorate us! Inspiration! Blackfall! Crushing weight! Blackfall! Shield Stigma! For troubles, receive
So okay.
Twin whip!
I don't know what to do.
Heaven's wrath! No escape! Shield Stigma! Moonlight Cyclone! Blade of Heaven's will pierce mine enemies! Moonlight Cyclone! Moonlight Cyclone! Divine Crash! Thermal Skewer! Got you! For troubles, receive my blessing! No escape! Link to me dead! Got you! Infernal Torrent! Heaven's Wrath! Cerberus Wave! Moonlight Tempest! Fate! Binding Frost! Clear way! Invigorate us! Heaven's Wrath! Inspiration!
Maybe I need to actually master the shoes. Yeah, probably need to actually master it.
Infernal Torrent!
I want to test one thing. What happens if I'm on...
All right, let's do.
I'll show you the beauty of my spear whip! Binding Frost! Twin whip! Take that! Devour! Binding Frost! Twin whip! No escape! Shake the blade! Binding Frost! Roaring Thunder! Roaring Dragon! Infernal Torrent! Fury! Finish! Scarlet Edge! Legendary Scarlet Gather! Take that! Devour!
I need to change screens. I don't know why sometimes she's stuck on the broom and sometimes she isn't. I want to see if there's a difference between...
Are we ready for this?
Oh, okay, it doesn't reflect on easy mode.
Not even worth my time.
Okay, that unlocks all difficulties. Kinda ironic considering I lowered the difficulty for it, but whatever. I don't care. I wasted my time. Guess I mastered all the boots. Where should we go next?
I thought I could make things work out if I just got to the capital, but finding a job here isn't easy.
We worked so hard and lived so well in that town. Why did this have to happen to us?
We should tell the Abbey what happened. They'll help us and kill all those evil demons.
We know that place better than anyone. We can help the Abbey recapture it. I'll never forgive those demons. Or the Lord of Calamity.
I'm sorry.
Maybe we shouldn't stand next to them.
Showtime, Modulou! Come out and face me, preferably unprepared.
Modulou isn't doing any shows right now.
Why not? Oh, did she get scared when she heard that the Enfu and I were teaming up?
No. Modulou and her teacher had a big fight. From what I've heard, it sounds like she's run away from home.
Do you know what happened?
She just kept going on about how she wanted a break from practicing.
So, she's young. She probably just wants to go out and have some fun.
Preposterous! If she takes even one day off, it takes 3 to get her back in form.
Even so, shouldn't you at least hear her out?
All I've done is hear her out. She mentioned something about wanting to go to the Zamal Grotto, but I wouldn't have any...
Did you say Zamal Grotto? That place is a nest of vicious demons.
What?
Vicious demons, you say? If Modulou really went there, then victory could end up being mine by default.
This isn't a joking matter. We have to go look for Modulou.
My precious Lulu.
Why did the screen fade to black?
Hey, it's you guys. Remember me? We met during that whole thing with the Swordbreaker. You convinced me to stop being a bandit.
Yes, I remember you. You made it to Logres.
Yeah, I finally saved enough to open up my bandit cuisine restaurant. I'm just looking for the right location now.
You didn't steal that money, did you?
Hey, I said I stopped being a bandit, didn't I? I took on honest work to save up for this. Repairing roads, delivering relief supplies, lots of hard labor.
You really did turn over a new leaf. I think what you've done is incredible.
Really? All right. It was all worth it just to see that smile.
Now that you've become a good man, I'm sure that even more wonderful things will come your way.
Have you decided on your menu?
Almost. I've got the eggless wild mushroom omelet and the highwayman's stew, but I feel like I need one
Eggless
more
omelet?
standout dish. There's a tavern in this town that has mabo curry that's just out of this world. I want to try to beat him. Do you have any good ideas for me? Maybe something that'll help me draw in the ladies?
Maybe add a dessert menu? That might help. I know, like a theft by chocolate cake. Or a roasted pear creme brulee tart?
Well, that's certainly aggressive.
Yeah, those sound great. Now my menu's complete. Hey, when I'm a big success, you want to get hitched?
You shouldn't tease an exorcist.
I'm not teasing. I'm serious. Marry me.
Well, good luck with your restaurant.
Ooh, rejection hurts.
Miss Holier Than Thou delivered some just desserts.
Sweet rejection. It'd make a good cake name.
The taste of defeat is bittersweet.
The Lord of Calamity has brought fear to the entire kingdom. Grim whisperings echo through the streets in every town.
It's gloom and grief all around. So many people at church have lost someone close to them.
But it is in the saddest times when smiles are most needed. Dark expressions cast dark shadows.
Smile in the face of sadness.
Now that's a real man. That old guy knows what's what.
I'm not saying you need to make light of everything, but try to leave a little room for joy in your life.
Like when you eat good food, or see a beautiful flower.
Or even this fountain. Water wells forth, a symbol of hope. Even though life may be hard, I keep at it. I work hard so that this fountain never runs dry.
And I'll help you maintain it, so that it stays a place where people can come to feel at ease.
He said the fountain, lady. He didn't say you won't run dry. Right, let's save and take a break, shall we? It's been some time since we took a break. Well, it's been some time since we started. So, a quick break. A few minutes, maybe 5 minutes, and then I'll be back. So, see you then. Alright, I'm back. Let's carry on with these things.
Now that there are less exorcists around, we can rely on the Abbey to do everything for us.
We need to start by doing what we can do to make this world a brighter place.
So where are you going to start?
With everything as harsh as it is now, people feel like they need to sacrifice excess and live frugally. I agree that we should act in moderation and refrain from excessive luxury. But we need joy to keep us going, right?
That's why we've decided to open up a restaurant. We want to make people happy by making good food and good drink.
What sort of food will you make?
That's what I'm researching now. I'm walking the world, trying different foods.
I heard they have this amazing Mabo curry. But to be honest, the place looks a little intimidating.
Just treat it like it's any other restaurant. I've been in there, and the Mabo curry is great.
Really? So it's a Mabo curry even the kids can like? I gotta try me some of this.
I wish you wouldn't call me a kid.
My bad. I didn't mean to step on your pride there. I was too preoccupied with thinking about our restaurant's mission statement, and I neglected to consider your feelings. I'm terribly sorry.
It's not that big of a deal. But what do you mean by mission statement anyway?
We're a restaurant that's fun for the whole family. Our slogan is, we'll feed you from the cradle to the grave.
It's supposed to be a place people eat. You might not want to mention graves.
I think a person would need a lot of courage to go eat there.
Whoa. Why didn't I think about that?
You seem to miss a lot. Are you sure you're up for running a restaurant?
We'll be fine. I studied up on a lot of restaurant management, and I plan on hiring a really good chef. All that's left is to select a menu and come up with a new slogan.
Instead of cradle to grave, how about from this life to the next life?
Your food's killing them either way.
Rats. I can't think of anything.
How about fine dining, from baby teeth to dentures? Not bad, eh?
That's fantastic. It gets rid of that whole dying thing. I love it. We'll use it.
They've got a long road ahead of them.
Man, I've seen some terrible slogans. My favorite, though, my absolute favorite slogan is a chewing gum ad where they were, I think it was Syrian, where they would say, I think the chewing gum name was something like Toothy or something. It will turn all your teeth to look just like his, and then the guy grins, and his teeth are awful.
Welcome.
You came back.
I did. This place is important to me.
Are you sure it's okay to be in a town like this?
Don't worry about us. Besides, I'm more worried about the bar. I'm only away for a little while, and look at this place. The casks are empty, and all the food tastes like dirt. Just a little bit ago, we finally got a delivery in. It was barely enough to open up shop.
Do you have enough to make Mabo curry?
I do.
Great!
Thanks for worrying about us. But leave the town to the townsfolk. You should just focus on what you have to do. Just make sure you don't have any regrets.
Thanks, Tabitha.
I heard you guys managed to beat Shigure Rangetsu.
Word travels fast again, as usual.
As I understand it, succession of the Rangetsu clan goes to the one who kills his predecessor. That means you're the successor, Rokuro. Or have you taken the name Shigure now?
You have to kill the head of the clan to succeed them?
I don't intend to step up as the new head. But how do you know about my family's customs?
We're all part of the same underworld. Word travels. A long time ago, we tried to assassinate another Shigure, but we lost 30 of our number instead.
Naturally. It'd take more than that to do a Shigure in.
In retrospect, I wonder if even 300 men would have been enough. Your Shigures are a tough bunch. Look at your brother. He was a legate.
Yeah. He was probably the strongest head the clan ever had.
That being said, did you know there's a demon out there not even he managed to cut down?
Are you serious?
That must be some crazy demon if a Legate couldn't even take it down.
Tell me about it.
It was a swordsman who looked like a dragon. Shigure was sent to exterminate it, but came away empty-handed. And quite recently, it was sighted at the Empyrean's throne.
Sounds like a job only I can handle.
Wait. You're not the only one here. Only fools rush in.
Don't bother, Magilu.
Yeah, you should know better. He won't listen.
Besides, I think we're all fools here.
Point taken.
Yep.
A dragon
Touché.
swordsman not even Shigure could kill. I'm getting excited just thinking about it.
Good luck.
So I guess these are all actor quests.
Scout.
All right, let's do the grotto. Was it here? Aldina Plains, and then we can go to the grotto. I think that's the one, or the forest. Why didn't I go to the grotto before? It really feels like I haven't played this game in months. I mean, it's been a month, but it just feels like much longer than that. Suddenly, no music. Spoke too soon.
There's our little runaway.
Oh, the monster is sweeping. Oh, it's a boss. Demi-human Earth Fiend.
Everyone's pinning their hopes on you, Majilu. Don't worry, Magilu's here to help. You won't get away.
Deception!
Here it comes!
Shooting star! Deception! Killing flash! But I'm this close, I won't miss! Form zero! Thunder! Double hit! No escape! No secure! Form two!
Creation gather! Burning moon! Hexus strike! Too low! Binding frost! You won't get away! Slow inferno! Shadow the darkness! Too low! Binding frost! Whirling serpent! Walls of arbor! Devour! Whirling serpent! Binding frost! Walls of arbor! You won't get away! Slow inferno! Thermal skewer! Thermal skewer! Whirling serpent! Binding frost!
Yeah.
Spirit release! You wronged me! Here's your justice! Binding order!
Watch it! No escape!
Earthquake!
No escape! Hurricane! Shooting star!
Fuse sequence! Devour! Binding frost! Here it comes!
Jade wave! Double haze! Oh, damn it!
Whirling serpent! Larva mob! Binding frost! Lightning rain down!
Jade wave! Hurricane! See this? Deception! Jade wave! No escape!
You won't get away! You won't get away! Lightning rain down! You won't get away! Cleansing land! Fire thunder! Elements of creation gather! Binding frost! Thermal skewer! Fire thunder! Binding frost!
Stop guarding, you son of a...
No mercy! Wounds that won't heal! Poison to flesh! Lethal pain! Binding frost!
I refuse to fall here.
Wasn't much experience.
Thank you for saving me.
We heard you stood up to Volta and ran away. Is that right?
No, it's not like that.
Say no more. I used to have a real pain of a teacher, too. I know what it's like. Teachers aren't good for much other than running their mouths and bossing people around. They just try to pick out your flaws. They don't even see how hard their students work for them.
Yeah. Volta wouldn't even listen to me when I tried explaining why I wanted to come here. He's always like that. All he cares about is dancing. He won't talk about anything else. It's just that sometimes there are other things I want to talk about.
Huh, I hear you on that. Surely you can see you don't need to work yourself to death just to please that mean old man. If you need somewhere to go, we always have room in Magilu's menagerie.
I don't know. I don't think I'm cut out for it.
Lulu, are you all right?
Sir? What are you doing here?
What are you doing here? Don't you know this place is dangerous?
I heard there might be an herb here that could make your injuries stop hurting so much.
You came here for me?
What were you thinking? You think it's just all right to throw your incredible talent down the drain like that?
Now, just a minute.
Lulu, the only thing I care about anymore is seeing you become the greatest dancer in the world. I know it's selfish of me. I don't mind if you hate me for it. Just whatever you do, don't waste your talent. Lulu, your dancing brings so much joy to people, and it's during a time when there isn't a lot of joy to go around.
Volta.
No! Horrible, terrible, contrived! What kind of shoddy performance is this? You're a disgrace to Magilu's menagerie! You're an eyesore! Get out of my sight!
Huh? What's with you?
I'm saying this isn't the place to be doing any of this! Magic Kazam!
It's so pretty.
Fear the might of Magilu, the greatest witch in 100 years! A third-rate dancer like you can't even hope to compete with the likes of me! Stand in awe, student and teacher alike!
As if we would. I might not be able to compete at your level right now, but just you wait. One day my dancing will beat you! Me and my teacher's dancing won't lose, even if it's to your magic.
Lulu.
Oh, really? Then it sounds like you and your teacher have lots of work ahead of you. But whenever you want to challenge Magilu's menagerie, we'll be ready.
Thank you, Magilu.
Huh? For what?
I mean, for spurring Magilu on. Color me surprised.
Well, I don't know if I'd say that.
Who can say? It's anybody's guess what Magilu and Volta do from here on out.
Very
Practice, probably.
She could be crushed under the weight of his expectations. She could simply reach her limit and lose hope. Neither teacher or student could abandon the other. And say she one day meets his standards of perfection. Who knows whether it would even make her happy?
Magilu, are you sure you aren't talking about...
I'll say this much. It's human nature to end up wanting to stay with someone, if that person is someone who needs you.
Humans are weak like that.
But that's what also makes them human.
Yeah, you're right.
Look at me. I don't even have a punchline for this one.
Yeah, are you sure you're not running a fever?
It's all right. It's a nice change of pace.
Yes, but only on occasion.
Miss Magilu, what's gonna happen
Shut
to
up,
all the
Ian, for...
material I practiced for our act?
Nothing, obviously.
There's your punchline.
Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, we're over leveled for. Oh, we're not.
Well then, let's move on.
Oops, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Oh, hello. Ah. I should upgrade my mithril weapons.
I'll finish this now.
A complete victory!
It was 300 and what for that chest?
I'll finish this quickly.
We're finished here.
We haven't checked here, right? Nope. It may have been 370, so I'm gonna check once I get 370 on our way back. And then we can teleport out. I'm surprised there aren't any enemies on the ceiling. I guess the money can be useful. Should probably save.
I'll show you the beauty of my spear room. Do you see? Binding Infernal Torrent! Take that! Divine Favor! Binding Pressure! I will carry on you!
We won, right?
This isn't a terrible place to get those orbs. And this has reminded me of caves from Final Fantasy XI. Speaking of Topaz, I haven't heard from Fred in a while. This is a really good place for this.
We can do this!
Not bad.
Do a quick lap and now I can push on. And yes, I keep forgetting to speak. I haven't streamed in a month. It's a little weird. Alright, now we can just go north. I think that's one big loop. Because we should be almost at the beginning. is a really good place.
I'll finish this now. See this?
I'll cut down anyone in my way!
We can do this!
Not even worth my time.
Scout.
Here I come!
Some of the combat here, it's mostly just attacking mindlessly. With bosses, you might consider the weaknesses. I guess maybe I could play on a harder difficulty, but they just feel more tedious than fun.
Whew, I thought we were done for.
Did I mention that this is a very good place? We're at 561. Part of me wants to just farm it so we can open all the its chests. Because I think that will unlock something for us, but I'm lazy. How about... We already got 4 levels today. At this rate, I'll probably be over 70 by the time I beat the game. I mean, age-wise, I mean, level-wise. Silly people. Always misinterpreting my words. Hold on. There is a chest in this area. Ah, there it is. Yeah, I was looking at the top of the map on the left. Not that I know this game or anything. Let's go open that cat's chest. And then we can head out and go north to the Val Forest, I think it was called. Just ran him the fuck over. It was 375. Cat's invitation. I want to see you in Taliesin. Okay. Just go all the way north. Once we're done with the forest, maybe I'll drop by Taliesin. Okay, so assuming the rest of the year means I have decent connection and I don't end up moving randomly, which is a very high possibility. We're gonna play Metal Gear, although the person who asked me to play it is MIA, so maybe won't play it right away. If I'm playing something based on a request, I think the least I could do is wait for the person to be around. So we'll probably play something else before Metal Gear. The end of February it's gonna be Ishin, and a week later it's gonna be Wolong. So that's end of February and March, or early March sorted. We've never been here, I guess. I don't think there's a lot of other games I'm thinking about. You know, when the hell is Silk Song coming out? I want Silk Song, and I want it now. Red Fuse. Which one of you is an enemy?
I'll show you the beauty of my spear work.
Okay, I'm a crusher. See this?
I still need a lot of training.
Is training hard?
It's necessary, so no.
Is it though? must have missed something. Oh, eat the fruit. You feel that eating the red fruit will neutralize the toxic effects of the red fumes, and you can now pass through unimpeded. Hopefully.
I'll finish this now. Nope. Is that all you got? Out of my way! I will. You won't get any.
I ate the forbidden fruit. No. No. Come up. Oh, blue fruit. Let's see. Blue fruit. Oh, there is blue gas. Good thing I ate the blue fruit. Let's go left.
I'll finish this quickly.
Blade of Heaven's will. Next.
Victory is ours.
Should I?
I'll finish this quickly.
Amazing how these things always show up right in front of you after they teleport.
Is that all you got? Next. Out of my way. Take this guy. You're finished.
This fight is over.
It's an enemy. Damn it. Wish I had the blue thing.
We can do this!
Not bad.
You too.
That's an enemy on the right. As they move. And yeah, this is a red fume. Why didn't I go through earlier? Ay, ay, ay. Eh. Onto it. Just need 23 more. Alright, let's see the right yellow fruit and go back that way. I wish I had my skateboard. Let's take the other path. Glad I brought the yellow thing.
We can do this! Blade of Wind! Crimson Service!
Is that all you got? Here!
This fight is over!
Finally. Should I eat the fruit? something I... Oh, I don't have any red fruits. I ate the yellow one. Any place for red? Here it is. Never force a ring. I was looking at the trees, see if they're moving. More like bushes, I guess, or shrubs is the correct word. I guess we could eat the blue one now. And whoever designed this map is a bit of a dick. Okay, I take that back. A huge dick. Hmm. Sure. Let's take the yellow. What did I just get? Hmm. Should I eat the red fruit? Oh, I can't cook anymore. Stretching my back. I thought today I might be able to finish this, but it's looking like at least one more session is in order. Poor guy wanted to surprise me. It's like a little kid jumping to scare you and you just kick him out, knock him out. That's exactly what happened. Hey, I'm here. Should I take the blue? Oh, we need the yellow. Okay, I know where to get the yellow. Oh, we need a blue to get the yellow. Was it that was meant to be in this forest? I even forgot the quest we were here for. Ah yes, the exorcist.
An exorcist? What's he doing here?
That's...
Exercising?
It's a world tree leaf.
We need that for the Omega Elixir.
You know of the Omega Elixir? You're no ordinary travelers.
I think you can tell that
Voice
just by
acting.
looking at us.
He seems wary of us. Should we take it by force?
No, we'd be at a disadvantage. He looks strong.
I could try talking to him.
Wait, let me try.
All right, Laffy. Do what you need to.
Please, sir, may we have that? We need it badly.
Sorry, kid. I've only this one. You're so young. Do you really think you can make an Omega Elixir?
I have a friend who's very sick. If there's anything I can do to save him, anything at all, I have to try.
Did you already gather the other ingredients?
No, we still don't know what the last one might be. But I'll find it. I swear I will. My friend is suffering too much. I refuse to give up on him.
Are we dropping frames?
Take it.
Are you certain? Don't you need this as well?
I'm an exorcist. Talking to you, well, we're supposed to put the needs of others ahead of our own. You think not of yourself. I would be a poor model were I to deprive you in your time of need.
Thank you.
By the way, young one, perhaps this will help your cause. I've been studying an old book, and it would seem that the final ingredient is a Moloch's prayers. Unfortunately,
Oh, some
thanks to
prayers.
the Lord of Calamity, the Abbey's been losing a good number of Malachim. I've managed to be exceedingly lucky and mine is still okay, but he will not give me his prayers, even when I command him to.
Maybe because you're commanding him?
Perhaps you will succeed. I have not faltered in my duties as an exorcist. The world must come before my family. I'm so sorry, Vidal.
Now that we know what the last ingredient is, there's just one thing left to do.
Hey, I think that might have been Vidal's dad.
And Vidal's dad doesn't like him enough to save him.
Did say that his dad was an exorcist.
If he was the one who borrowed the book from Vidal's mother, that would explain how he got here.
Damn, though, that's cold. Doesn't that mean he was willing to give up on his son? How could he place more value in the Abbey's teachings than on his own son's life?
I think he made the rational decision. Remember, he felt that there was no way he could get the last ingredient for himself, so...
Yeah, okay, sure, logic. Kids ain't logical. How do you think Vidal would have taken this?
I'm sure he'd be terribly hurt.
Look at it like this. That guy clearly went to a lot of trouble to decipher the book. He would have faced considerable dangers just to get here.
Exorcists can't save the whole world. They have to live their lives conflicted like the rest of us. If everyone lived as selfishly as me, the world would be a wasteland.
Velvet.
I don't disagree, but he knew what he was doing.
Am I dreaming this? Is Velvet actually defending an exorcist? Pinch me!
I'm only stating the truth. Anyway, if we'd fought, it would have been to the death.
Good thing this ended peacefully.
Fee, I can't tell you what's right in this situation, but if Vidal does die, the sadness will be numbing. I can promise you that.
Yeah, but I think even in sadness, hope can spring to life. As long as you keep living.
Anyway, we've got everything we need. Let's get back to Vidal's house and make the Omega Elixir.
That exorcist said the last ingredient was a Moloch's prayers. That's all it is?
We're in good shape then. We've got Laphicet and Aizen and Bienfu. One of you can surely squeeze out a prayer or two, yeah?
Squeeze out private too. Who is writing the subtitles here?
Scout.
Done. It should...
I'm liking these areas, especially the previous one actually. Curated charm. I'm gonna go back in. I think we need to take the blue one, right? Yep. And we need the red stuff. I don't know why. It's a huge stretch. But this reminded me of early Dark Souls 2 with climbing the tower. I have no idea why. It's not similar at all, I know. Once we're done here, we can go to Taliesin and see what's up there.
We will need to be extremely wary.
So we kill this, but we don't kill Kamoana.
Killing flash! When I'm this close, I won't miss! Form zero! Thunder!
That is decent damage.
Hurricane! I'll stop you!
Earthdrake! Here!
See this? Hurricane! Form four! Watch you!
No mercy! Wounds that won't heal! Carving the flesh! Lethal pain!
Did you think you could escape me?
Provide 25% increase in the amount healed by healing arts. User characters 25% HP or lower. Okay. Also, I'm noticing the audio is alright today. Okay, let's go to Taliesin. There is something.
Meow meow meow! Your attention,
Don't tell me
please,
Cat's
for an
Corner.
important announcement. To commemorate all your hard work saving my friends, I'd like to invite you to come to Cat's Corner.
Whoa, Cat's Corner! Awesome!
But we don't have any business there.
Now hold on. Cat's Corner is a sort of phantom place that's never been plotted on any map before.
And we'll have the chance to explore it.
If it's home to a lot of cats, I kind of want to see it for myself.
Denied. It's a waste of our time.
Oh, come on, Velvet. Quit being such a killjoy. Cat's Corner is like an exclusive members-only club. Nobody but nobody would turn down an invitation.
Exactly. You should be grateful for this opportunity.
Just think of it as a new experience. Besides, aren't you even a little bit curious?
I can't believe this. You guys are starting to sound more casual than the cats now.
Well, if you ever feel like visiting Cat's Corner, just say the word. Meow.
Meow.
Wow, so this is Cat's Corner.
It's the same place
I'd
from
never have guessed a place like this existed.
Berseria.
What an adorable little hamlet. You can feel your motivation to get stuff done just floating away.
And look at all the cats!
Is she allergic?
Peaceful here. Kinda makes me want to sit down for a big feast.
Look, over there. Is that the cat's pajamas? I've heard stories.
Oh no! Velvet, don't tell me you're...
Are you allergic to cats?
That's why I didn't want to come here.
Are you gonna be okay, Velvet?
Of course, it's not.
Oh, this music.
Cats can have different dialects depending on where they were raised, Meow. I'm from a small hamlet in the Nagoya area.
What's unique about your dialect?
Amazing!
Sorry, I have no idea what you just said.
I said this fried shrimp is amazing! Cool, huh?
Wow. So how do you say brother in your dialect?
Meower.
Sister?
Meower.
Mother?
Meower.
They all sound the same to me. Can cats where you're from tell the difference?
Of course. It's all about the nuance.
I think it's a bit too much to wrap my head around. Oh yeah, what about father?
Father is father.
Huh? That one's normal.
No insulting. No, see what you mean, you know.
I'm sorry.
I forgive you.
That's very kind of you.
But the proper way to apologize in Nagoya dialect is forgiveness.
I have no words. Flying table, just had to shut it out, okay. So it's just kids and... Oh, the father is here. Advanced right away. I'm gonna get fucked. Damn it. Just take the points. in doubt, just take the points and leave. Damn it. Finished the round, yes. I won. False clothes for Eisen. I was not expecting to win first try.
I've got fervor for adventure. I travel the world to reclaim hidden treasures, Meow. Doesn't that just make you a cat burglar? Big words coming from a pirate, Meow. You guys pilfer and pillage anything you can get your paws on. You prattle on about how romantic your life on the sea is, but you're just a bunch of ruffians. I'm sorry. Good. As long as you know where we stand, Meow. I've got my own ship, and wait till you hear what I named it. It'll make your whiskers spin. I call her Von Meowtia of my youth.
Controller, hello? There we go. I was just thinking earlier, hey, it's been a while since my controller disconnected. Oh, Adamantite is the new tier. I guess that's what we're getting then.
The Paw Pro Wrestling PNE World Catnip Cup Heavyweight title match is tonight, Meow. The rules are simple. The contestants need each other with their paws. The first to make a sound loses or meows out.
So, is there like a countdown or something?
Yup. A purr count starts when one fighter starts purring. Purr for 3 seconds and you're out, Meow.
Are there any illegal moves?
Grabbing the back of the neck and nibbling are both forbidden and incur heavy penalties.
It sounds like a lot
I
of
would
fun.
watch this.
I'd love to try it myself.
There's going to be an Anything Goes division in the next Agarte Cup. Any race can participate. Just put on a pair of cat ears and you're in, Meow.
I would watch this.
Oh, don't Don't tell me I have the hiccups now.
Wait, we've been here, right? Yeah.
The boss has a request for you.
Not a message, but a request?
A white-horned dragon has been showing up in the Aldina Plains. The boss wants you to kill it.
Since when did the Bloodwings become agents of justice? Interested in protecting the world from dragons?
Hey, we're not out to save the world. This is just to put an end to Zavid's madness.
Did Zavid do something in particular?
He's been harassing exorcists, trying to get more information on that dragon. That's got the Abbey on alert, which makes trouble for us. Our spies in the Abbey can't operate under these conditions.
And that's where we come in. Does that mean Zavid is in the Aldina Plains too?
Got it in one. Just be careful. Zavid and that dragon are even more agitated than usual.
Let's go.
Are you gonna fight Zavid again?
The time has come.
And so have I. Yeah, beat your father. My dad can beat your dad. Actually, I can beat your dad.
We're back! Where's Videl?
Oh, it's you, Laphicet. I'm sorry, but Videl's already lost consciousness.
But he's still alive, isn't he? Please, let me see him.
He's dead, Jim.
Videl, it's me, Laphicet. We have all of the ingredients for the Omega Elixir. I'll prove that your translations were correct, Videl. Just wait.
Laphicet.
He's awake!
No, he's just mumbling. That's all he's been saying this whole time. I'm sorry. Sorry, Laphicet. I'm sorry I told you to go away. I really wanted to talk to you more.
It's fine, really. That doesn't matter now. You're my friend. There's so much of the world you still need to see. You have to get better, so we can go on adventures together, okay? Huh? Is that...
Thoughts and prayers.
It's the Omega Elixir. So, it wasn't really Amalek's prayers.
It was their tears.
Sweetheart, you're home.
I am. But I have no right to be here at this point. I chose to do my duty as an exorcist over the welfare of my own dear family. I won't ask for forgiveness. This isn't something that can be forgiven.
Dad?
Videl, are you feeling okay?
He's fine. A generous friend worked hard to prepare the Omega Elixir for him.
The Omega Elixir? Wait, don't tell me your friend is...
You helped him, right? I heard that it was you who told him what the final ingredient was. Thank you, Dad.
No, son. You have no idea. I...
Dad, it's okay. You protected the world in your own way. The one Mom and I live in. The one I want to explore when I get a little older.
If.
Son.
All's well that ends well, hmm?
Hard to believe we managed to actually make an Omega Elixir. That's one hell of an accomplishment.
Oh, and here I was anticipating much wailing and gnashing of teeth. Videl turned
Much
out to be
willing.
pretty resilient, huh?
Can't you just say
Roll
good
the
job like a
subs.
normal person?
You're no fun. You did good, kid.
Thanks. But I might have given up if not for Velvet's encouragement.
All I did was rile you up. I wouldn't call it encouragement.
Not you too, Velvet.
Anyway, that was a noble thing you did, Laphicet. You really held on to your hope all the way through.
Yeah. I just didn't want to give up on Videl. But I don't really think it's worth praising. I haven't felt lost like you have, Velvet. If I had, I don't think I would have been so sure of myself.
Perhaps. But I think you'll still have it in you. Even if you ever do lose something dear.
Huh? Why?
That's just the feeling I get. Look, I'm tired of Eleanor's grumbling, so I thought I'd say something nice for once.
Could you not make this my fault?
Alright, let's save. Let's turn in the hunts. Nice amount of money. Imperial's throne. There's a swordsman, and there is a devil in Titania. Okay, let's go to Titania, why not? That's also where we got the challenge, which is obviously from Phoenix.
Done. It should...
Am I gonna hate myself with this boss? Let's put what's his face.
If I'm in this, I'm
Eisen.
I don't see any exorcists, at least.
They must have pulled a runner once they were finished here.
If our challenger knew that when selecting this location, I suspect we're in for a serious fight.
We need to stay careful.
On the other end. We never opened that chest, right? Time to hate myself. Yeah, just a box. What's in the box?
There doesn't seem to be anybody here. Wait, what's up with that box?
The time has come for judgment and retribution!
What the...
Phoenix.
Did a Nordal just come out of that box? Who are you?
Very well. You ought to know the name of he who consigned you to the flames of hell.
Wait. You were that Norman, right? Phoenix or whatever? Ha! No wonder those letters were so full of empty threats.
He always gets interrupted when introducing himself.
This is bad. The self-styled strongest Norman of all Norman is the mastermind behind all of this!
Self-styled? I am the man among men, the strongest Norman of all Norman. I am Phoenix.
Yeah, we've covered that already.
So you're the one who wrote all those letters. What's your bone with me?
I merely seek to right wrongs. I recently came into possession of a letter from a sister pouring her heart out to her brother. I traced the letter back to its sender, and one day paid her a surreptitious visit. There, I found a sweet, innocent girl.
Sweet, innocent? Edna?
Surrounding
Really?
her were presents from her brother, and mountains of letters she couldn't bring herself to send.
Letters she couldn't send?
Heartfelt letters for her older brother. When I read them, my manly tears fell over the same salty stains left by hers.
What the hell is wrong with you? Who reads someone else's letter and then decides to break into their room?
I acknowledge that I am partly in the wrong. But for all that is righteous, I cannot condone you. I do this for your sister, clasping her hands in well-worn gloves
Cannot
as she
condone
sends
you?
prayers for her brother's safety across the wide blue sea.
You didn't finish the
Enough of this
sentence.
Nonsense. What is it that you want?
That is a question you should be asking of yourself.
What do you mean?
Just what is it that you're communicating with the superficial scrawlings and shoddy baubles you send her?
He's trying to atone.
Don't be absurd. Which is the real you? The considerate brother who worries for his sister? Or the man who consorts with low-life scum and pirates? Why can you not at least be honest with her, pirate? She is your sister. Why can you not tell her of the life you've chosen to lead? Do you think her too weak-willed to forgive your decision? Is that what your beloved sister is to you?
I don't have to take this from you.
Fine then. Show me your power.
You asked for it.
Then it's settled. If I win, you will go visit your sister immediately. But if I lose, I will obey your every command.
Level 100. Weak to earth, strong to wind and fire. Earth, just spam earth. Turning thorn, turning thorn, turning thorn.
You're a funny one, Phoenix. I like you.
Laugh all you wish, for the last laugh will be mine!
I think I'll have you crying instead.
Man, this guy does not mess around. I barely tickled him.
Forget the pain and move!
Dark and light!
I can't even hurt him with that art. He's too small.
You're wide open! Crusher! Leave! Quickness! Ready to die? Think you can dodge? Just try! Perfect mayhem!
Just stuns all day.
You wronged me! Here's your justice! Fighting order! Pierce! Crash through! No mercy! Wounds that won't heal! Together! It is I! Silent Ray! Crash through! Crash through! Thermal Skewer! Thermal Skewer! I will go! Crash through!
And you cannot bear the light of my glow, for I am the wings of heaven!
I can heal the wounds, but I can't heal the pain!
Vanish!
Too slow! Crash through! Lick the
Damn it. No, we took a quarter of his health.
I can heal the wound. Heal the pain! Crash through! Here it comes! Crash through! Crash through!
Oh, he's paralyzed.
Spirit release! You wronged me! Here's your justice! Fighting order! Crash your great Claws of armor! Crash through!
Why do I have Magalu anyway?
And you cannot bear the light of my glow, for I am the wings of heaven! Leave! Leave!
Yeah, revive people.
Vanish!
It's not over yet?
Leave!
Crash through!
Quick vanish!
Crash through! Crash through! Crash through! Crash through! Crash through! Finish! Drop through dragon! Receive life's blessing! Crash through!
Vanish!
Crash through! Crash through! Crash through! Finish! You're defenseless! Receive life's blessing!
Vanish! Illusory veil!
I can't die here.
How did I get killed when I was using Therian form?
Here.
Leave! Slow! Let's go! Not good. Leave! Dark despair, kindle a vision of hope! Leave! Vanish! Too slow!
Disgraceful.
Protect the gate and move! Leave! Quickness!
Dark and light!
Leave!
Crash through! Crash through! Crash through! Lavender, violet gas! Crash through! Crash through! How did this happen?
Eat it! You're wide open! Die your big kill!
Crash through! Crash through! You won't get away! No escape! Violet gas! Holy fire! Crash through! Crash through!
Quickness!
Crash through!
You're wide open! Dark despair, kindle a vision of hope!
Dude, I pressed the damn button for her to Get me up. Get me up.
Dark despair, kindle a beacon of hope!
Divine Saber! Crash through! Crash elements of creed together!
Eat it! Forget the pain and move! Vanish!
Shake the heavens! Here goes! Instant speed light! Crash through! Crimson Sun! Crash through! What just happened? Swirling black quagmire of no escape!
Too slow!
Boy, I'll help you!
Kindle a beacon of hope!
I won't go easy on you! Take that! The power! Boy, fire! Crash through! I'll help you!
Winds chill them to the bone! And you cannot bear the light of my glow, for I am the wings of heaven! Forget the pain and move!
Walls of Auburn! Rock Swarm! Link to Weekend! Hex a Strike! Blessed Cross!
Blast them!
Crash!
Damn it.
Winds chill them to the bone!
Ice Ray! Take the sky! Crash! Hex a Strike! Crash!
Go!
Crash! Fierce! Hex a Strike!
At least he doesn't one-shot you like he does in Zestiria.
Walls of Auburn! Rock Swarm!
I thought that was a card.
Crash! Crash! Crash through!
Vanish!
Crash
Eat it!
Crash
Smash them!
Hex a Strike! Spinning round!
Air blast! Ready to die? Think you can dodge? Just perfect mayhem! Counter! Too slow!
No, we can just turn off the. Doesn't exactly have a lot of Earth stuff, does she?
Swirling black quagmire of no escape!
Dude.
Pierce! Crash through!
Die or be killed!
Take the sky!
Don't let!
Ice Edge! Shed Dragon! Ice Edge!
Winds chill them to the bone! Vanish!
How did this happen? Boy,
Yeah, that went much faster after I did the thing.
I leave no regrets.
We won. First try.
You weren't lying when you said you were the
He didn't revive this time either.
No kidding.
Strong or not, you picked a fight with the Reaper. Time to pay the price.
Wait, Eisen, what are you?
I thought so. That's why you're called the Phoenix, isn't it? Your blessing has the exact opposite effect as my curse.
So you finally noticed.
So, if Phoenix has that kind of power, then couldn't he protect your sister?
I admit defeat. I await your command.
No.
Why not?
I believe we should each steer our own ships through life's waters. I know that the life I've chosen is a selfish one. And I know that it leaves my sister lonely and sad. But it's also the only way I know how to live. If I gave you a command, it would be denying something at the very core of my being. So no, I won't do it. Except...
Yes?
If you're able, I want you to use your powers to protect my sister. Protect her from demons and malevolence. And from any dragon who may one day attack her.
A dragon? Are you serious?
This isn't an order. It's just a request.
Well then, I accept your request as your friend. But in return, I have something to ask of you.
Yeah?
I want you to write her another letter. But this time, no hiding what you're truly thinking. I'll wait as long as it takes for you to write it.
No need.
What?
I've been carrying this for so long, I'm afraid it's kind of crushed.
My friend, I swear on my honor that this letter will reach your sister, and I promise I will get her to smile once more. After all, I'm the Phoenix. With me, life rises anew from the ashes.
Thanks. I'm counting on you.
That's how he ended up on the umbrella.
Come, turtles!
At your service!
Ho!
I'll deliver this package myself, even if it cost me my life.
Farewell, friend!
So he was attached to her umbrella for centuries.
Phoenix, what a guy. He doesn't back down even when he's lost.
I guess. But I liked what he had to say.
See? I knew something good would come from this.
Yeah. I guess I learned something today. Never give up before you try.
That is a lot of experience, and it could have been more. Provides the ability to take a random skill which can revive a KO'd character on normal mode or above. On a mini Norman.
Good luck out.
What level am I now? 68. I'm waiting for that turtles to turn. Okay, so where would I find this? Red boss thingy. keep pressing the wrong button. 3. Oh, it's right there. Hello.
I don't think we have a chance.
Winged Fiend, weak to water. Let's turn on all the... Man, I could have handled Phoenix much quicker if I pushed off some moves early. He was just getting stun locked. We said Fiend, Wind, and weak to water, right? Wind. Wind. And just give him water.
Frog! Die! Infernal Torrent! Trigger! Living Mound! Infernal Torrent! Blaze Pierce Through! You won't get away!
Ready to die! Can't see shit, Captain.
Just try! Perfect Mayhem! Infernal Thermal Skewer! Infernal Torrent! Roaring Thunder! Infernal Torrent! Cleansing Lance! Roaring Thunder! Blast Step! Infernal Torrent! No escape! Infernal Torrent! Up! Infernal Torrent! Die! Infernal Torrent! Wide open! Die or be killed! Devour! Earthdrake! Roaring Thunder! Infernal Torrent! Drowning Strike! Darkened Light! Infernal Torrent! Drowning Strike! You won't get away! Devour! Infernal Torrent! Drowning Lance! You won't get away! You're wide open! Die! Smash them! So loud! Let's go! Blaze the blink! Slice them!
You wronged me! Here's your justice! Fighting order! I need to be careful not to misuse my power.
Up to 3 random skills. Equipment on hard mode or higher. Right, new sash. Let's work on this. And I bet we still don't have enough of this chest, right? Hey.
Phoenix is finally gone! It's okay for you to come out now, Grimoire!
He's so stuffy, as always, that he made me sweat, and I was even hiding.
Now that I think about it, neither of you showed your faces when Phoenix was here, did you?
Why wouldn't you two want to see a fellow Norman?
Bienfu did.
I guess that asks for an explanation. All right, I think I can tell you now anyway. Broadly speaking, Norman fall into 2 different categories. Dog Norman and Cat Norman.
The ones who like to be around humans, like Phoenix, are your dog types. The ones who prefer to stick around objects and places are the cat types. I've heard people say that dogs get attached to the human, and cats get attached to the home.
So, since Magulu's relied on you a lot over the years, does that make you a dog Norman?
No, not really. My powers actually work with Miss Mogilou's guardians, not Miss Mogilou herself. That makes me a cat type. Though actually, considering how I serve a witch, I'd be a cat type either way. Anyway, back on topic. Dog Norman liked to live among lots of humans in comfort and style. Cat Norman like me and Grimoire would rather live in forests and ruins and pass our time in idle leisure.
Some, ourselves included, don't conform with expectations, instead choosing to live as we please alongside humans. What does this have to do with wanting to avoid Phoenix? There's a gap between us that can't be bridged. Like the difference between sky blue and sea blue.
Come on, aren't sky blue and sea blue basically the same color?
Maybe to your untrained eye, but to those who care, there's a perceptible difference in hue, slight though it might be. Whatever it is that separates them is impossible to overcome.
I didn't realize it could be such a big deal.
Let me ask you guys this. Are pudding and custard the same?
No, definitely not. If I ordered one, I wouldn't want to be served the other.
Those still sound more or less the same to me, too.
Never tell a Brit you wanted pudding.
Sherbet and sorbet.
Oh, yeah, there is a difference there. Although I usually can't remember which is which.
So, like the difference between a hoagie and a sub sandwich?
But those two are the same. Anyway, you get the point now, surely.
Look, it's a hoagie.
We've long had our differences, and they put us in perpetual conflict.
But what good does that do?
Actually, on that note, is Aizen's sister going to be okay with Phoenix around?
That much I wouldn't worry about.
Also, Sherbet
Be obnoxiously brash
has
and talks a lot of nonsense
dairy, I think.
sometimes. But if nothing else, Phoenix has a strong sense of responsibility. Rest assured, she's in good hands. Although if you work him too hard, he'll start making speeches about uprisings and insurrections and all that stuff.
Alright, then. Imperial Throne. Right, Logres it is then. And Imperial Throne. North. But yeah, I think if my connection is good tomorrow, we'll probably be able to beat this. Considering I've beaten Phoenix, I don't think many other things are gonna be... Alright, let's go to Port Zexion then. Can't go to Port Zexion? Really? Oh, I can. East entrance. Hello?
Hiya! I got another letter for you, Aizen.
Hey, are you okay? What does it say?
I can't read it right now. One of you do it.
Okay. Dear brother, I got your letter. Not sure why it was so tattered. I'm glad that you were able to tell me how you really feel, even though it was beyond obvious by now. Your clear descriptions of the self-defense Moloch arts allowed me to master them quickly, despite your terrible grammar. As weird as it feels writing this to a pirate, good luck with your work, and I know how to keep a secret. So please keep writing me letters. My life doesn't revolve around them, but I do enjoy hearing from you. I can't see the oceans you sail from my perch here on the mountain, but I'm thinking of you and praying for your safety. And I want you to know I'm doing fine.
Ah, looks like she's just as roundabout and stubborn as her brother. It must run in the family.
There's more. P.S. Thanks for the Nordals. They're not really all that cute, but I guess I like them a little bit. But ever since I got that last one, I hear this voice at night telling me I should write you and be here for you when you need to vent. It's actually rather annoying, but since the doll is a gift from you, I'll make a special exception for it. That's all.
Sounds like she's really got it together.
You know, I don't think we ever asked you her name.
Edna.
That's a pretty name.
Glad you think so. I'm the one who named her.
Hmm. Okay. I actually wanted to go into town to look at the shop, but there is an exclamation mark here, so why not?
Hello, white turtles. How's business?
Not great. Not great at all. Thanks to certain somebodies, my balances have all gone haywires. Serves me rights for counting my turtles before they hatched.
That sounds awful, I guess.
Don't feel bad. Not like it's got anything to do with us.
Certainly not. That's why today's your lucky day, because I'm throwing another big sales.
Come on, guys, you're being too mean to him. He's done so much to help us throughout our journey, hasn't he?
Yeah, I guess.
Listen, Mr. Turtles. If something's ever got you down, you can tell us. I don't know how much help we can be, but I bet even just talking about it will make you feel better.
I can't tell you how nice it feels to hear such kind words at a time like this.
Sure, fine. But what about the sale?
Right! Everything's on sale at market prices once again.
Great, thanks. Fee, give the nice turtles the smile he wants so much.
Thanks for everything, Mr. Turtles.
No, thank yous.
You don't have anything useful. Guess I can upgrade the adamantite blade. Oh shoot, I spent the money here. No, nothing really interesting. Rather have adamantite stuff. Shit, let's look at the... Nope. I'm guessing nothing is at the sanctuary either. Oh, yeah. Last time we checked here. Let's go to... I guess Logris. Was an Aldina plane here? Yep. Should have gone from the other side as well. We'll go fight the dragon. Is probably, I mean, she's probably weak to...
Leave the fight.
I don't know, but I'm guessing neither earth nor wind. Hold on, let me just double check. Yep.
Look, it's Zavid and the dragon.
This takes me back. I remember the first time I tried to talk to you. You smacked me pretty good then, too. Man, that hurts. You sure don't know how to hold back, do you?
Zavid! Eyes in white!
Just watch.
What?
So, you're just waiting for me to die so you can help yourself to her heart. Is that it? Sorry, but that's not happening.
I'm not dying here, and I won't let you kill her.
I'll decide what I do, Zavid.
Fine! Then I'm deciding to help Zavid, no matter what you tell me, Aizen. Zavid!
This dragon wouldn't hesitate to attack a child, or the man who risks his own life to protect it. Tell me, Zavid, who is this white-horned dragon? You said that your creed was to never give up on living, no matter what may happen. If you really believe that, would you say that you're living right now? Because to me, you don't look like someone truly living.
The hell are you saying?
I understand now. Aizen really isn't the one who's cursed. By killing Theodora, he's actually saving...
It's time to lift this curse.
Alright, level 62. That is weak. Neutral and fire. Alright. This is fire. Okay.
Fight 2! To save Zavid and Theodora!
Watch out for the malevolent sloppy set.
You too, Aizen.
Phalanx Ray!
I'll stop you!
Down!
Watch it! Deception! Killing flash! When I'm this close, I won't miss! Form zero! Thunder!
Down!
See this? Deception!
I'm guessing she's similar to Aizen from Berseria. Just stick to the side and you'll be fine. Yep.
Wounds that won't heal. Carve into flesh. Lethal pay! Lavender and Violet! Shake the heavens! Scale crusher! Texas strike!
Hurricane!
Hey!
I'll stop you!
Dark fan! Take that! Devour!
Fertile blue!
Scale crusher! Lavender and Violet gather! Immune! Phalanx ray!
For 3! Deception! Double haze!
That is so easy.
Scale crusher! Cleansing land! Texas strike!
Fertile blue!
I was guarding.
Blade pierce through! Hook ya! Texas strike! Ha! Storm dragon! Heaven! Texas strike! Take that! Devour! Burning mound! Storm dragon! Scale crusher! Blade pierce through! Maelstrom! Blade of heaven! Pierce my enemy! Finish! Cleansing lance! Lavender demonic hammer! Fire ray! Scale crusher! Texas strike! Scale crusher! Texas strike! Texas strike! Take the heaven! Take that! Devour! Demonic hammer! Sword ray! Finish! Phalanx ray!
Under pressure!
Scale crusher! Pyrogenic wind!
See this? See this? I'll stop you!
Scale crusher! Burning mound! Gaze of power!
For 2!
Storm dragon!
Shooting
Gather
star!
by conviction!
Double haze!
Finish! Fire ray!
And she's dead.
Stay back.
Get away from her! If you kill her! If you kill Theodora, I'll never forgive you, Aizen!
I know.
Aizen! How could you? malevolence!
Aizen!
Stay back! This is...
Aizen! Zavid!
No! It'll get you too!
But Velvet, just look at them!
The wings on his back are showing.
It's that fire again.
Amazing it can extinguish that much malevolence.
But the dragon...
Please! Turn back to normal!
Turn back for what?
I can do it! With this flame! David!
It's over.
But...
Thank you. Why didn't you break your Reaper's curse?
What? Did you want me to eat its heart?
Don't answer a question with another question.
The Reaper's curse is mine to bear alone. The danger of becoming a dragon, however, is a curse upon all Malakim.
All that malevolence. It's going to take its toll on you, too.
Yeah, I can already feel it starting. It won't be long before I wind up like her.
You'll have to leave your pirate buddies before things turn ugly.
I'm the first mate on Ifrid's ship, so to be honest, it's probably just as well. I'd rather end up a dragon than have this curse hijack my ship and my life anymore. But I do fear one thing. I'm afraid that when I turn into a dragon, I could end up hurting the very people I want to protect.
Theodora couldn't even recognize anyone she loved anymore. You saved her, Aizen. By killing her. Before all this, Theodora was a kind woman. She never wanted to hurt people, and she loved more deeply than anyone I've ever known.
Yeah.
Sometimes to kill someone is to save them. You have someone you're trying to protect too, don't you?
My little sister.
What's she like?
She's like an early blooming flower. Wise for her age. She's got it all together. Sometimes has to treat me like I'm the kid. She cries too easily, but deep down, she's so strong.
Sounds like someone I'd like to get to know better. Who knows? Maybe I'll even marry her.
Zavid!
Don't you worry. I won't make a move until I've killed you.
Zavid, what are you saying?
Consider it revenge for Theodora. I'll be the one who finally puts you out of your misery. But I'll only kill you once you've stopped being yourself. Only then.
You sure?
Yeah. I swear by my true name, Filk Zadea, Zavid the Oathkeeper.
Ufemu Wexub. That's my true name.
I'll remember it.
Is there really no other way? There must be something besides turning into a dragon or getting yourself killed, right?
In the end, what matters isn't whether we get killed or not. It's whether we can take control over the direction of our own lives.
That's what it means to really be alive.
That sounds sad. And hard. But I understand.
And I'm going to live life in my own way, too.
Well then, I hope we'll see each other again.
Where are you going?
Wherever the wind takes me.
That kind of wind? Sorry, I had to. So 4 random skills on hard mode or above.
Scout.
Alright. We're almost level 70. And 10 levels in a day. That is quite a jump. I mean, would have had more if I did my mystic art before killing her, but whatever. Okay. Manan Reef. Haria, okay. Let's go to Haria then. No, not West Entrance. Whatever. Oh, there is a... Well, I guess I'm glad I ended up here. What are they doing here? People are back? Why?
I moved here from Isolt. I couldn't just abandon Aminoch's temple. But the Abbey and Inominat are important to me too. It's not like I'm rebelling against them. I just think that these traditions and beliefs are part of our island's heritage. We have to honor them.
I think that's wonderful. But aren't you worried about the demons?
I asked the exorcists in Isolt for help. They said they couldn't station anyone here immediately, but they would send frequent patrols.
That's pretty tolerant, coming from the people who banned Aminoch worship in the first place.
Those who served under Lady Teresa have a strong sense of justice. They'll protect everyone, regardless of belief. No one has heard from Lady Teresa for some time now, but her people are trying to carry on her ideals.
Okay, there's something in the inn. Maybe I should check out the Assault. It's not voiced. We're starting the imperial religions in the capital when we heard the Aminoch faith was in danger. We came here.
Sadly, the ceremonies and rituals of the Aminoch faith were lost with its priestesses. We're trying to recover them. A number of people moved to Isolt from the village. We're going to try to interview them and record what they know.
This place used to be an inn. Will you reopen it?
Yes, people still come here to pay their respects to the deceased. The pilgrims heading to the Palamedes stop by as well.
I studied Southgand history and am especially interested in the history of local cuisine before Midgand took over. Since some ingredients can only be found here, I thought I could help out with the inn while practicing the traditional recipes.
What sort of dishes will you make?
Tropical moussaka, southern-style mango fried rice.
Tropical moussaka?
Sukiyaki,
What?
some other stuff too.
I can't imagine what those would taste like.
Me neither. That's why I've got to use local ingredients to further my research. I don't know how long it'll take, but one day I hope to perfect these recipes and serve them at this very inn.
My dream is to preserve the traditions, rites, and foods of this village for future generations. Why isn't he voiced? Why isn't he voiced? That is so odd. Okay, tell you what, guys. I think it's time for the final break of the day. We've been live for some time now. 5 hours-ish. So let's take a break and come back refreshed in a few minutes. I'm gonna run some ads. And yeah, I'll see you then. Alright, I am back. And let's see. That's not a lot. Okay, there's this dragon of the Imperial Throne, and oh, Palmides Temple, there's one here.
Go on, take a good look.
Alright, let's go south. Sucks that I can't go fast here. And that's where the thing is. Is it worth it? Go get it? Let's go get it. Why not? It's a long way away though. It's probably not worth it. I don't plan on coming back here. You know, I've been thinking this islands, the ones that are just like an arena, we never checked if there were chests there or not. Cat's chests, probably some. Why are you guys still here? There's nothing to guard. I had a feeling he was gonna be here.
finish this now.
Gluttony. Earth is what it's weak to.
It's...
Oh, I need to do an amorphous as well, right? Amorphous fiend, I believe. There we go.
The demon-eating demon.
The more it eats, the more ferocious it gets, right?
I'd rather not find out. Let's take it down fast.
It's fairly weak.
No mercy! You thought I'd stop there? Annihilating?
I've never done that, Mr. Cart.
Didn't I?
You did well. Superman does good. Was damage taken when holding warning once, or...
I don't know how, but we managed to beat it.
It devoured other demons purely by instinct. Sounds kind of like me, doesn't it?
So you've eaten a few cows, or demons, whatever. When you're hungry, you eat. The only ones who put any moral weight on it are humans. Personally, I wouldn't sweat it too much.
What are you trying to say?
It's fine. I don't really care if I'm seen as a bad guy.
I don't really know how to put it, but I sensed a kind of strength inside that demon. Like a determination to continue living. It was powerful and frightening, but I don't think it was bad.
Figures.
I could teleport right now, but I want more orbs. There's a good room for it. Is there anything else we haven't collected from this area? Because I don't plan on coming back here. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, we got the cat's chest. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, this area is way more annoying when you can't speed through it. This is a worthwhile journey. Alright, result. Anything changed here? And hello, Jomaru. How are you? And yeah, that broomstick is certainly something. It's still faster than walking, though. I mean, huge difference, this or just running. Not by much, but still. How has your new year been so far? I'm okay. I've had terrible internet for the past month. I couldn't stream. Wanted to beat this game for a few weeks now, but I didn't. Oddly enough, I could stream on Discord, but I just couldn't stream on Twitch. I even tried YouTube. It just wasn't working.
I take it you're a Bloodwing. Do you have something for me?
Yeah, I've got something I think you'll like. I heard a treasure chest washed up on the rocks of Manon.
God damn it.
Get this. Nobody can open it.
A treasure chest that
we just there.
Open?
If it won't open, why doesn't anyone just smash it apart?
The Abbey's throne, who knows how many praetors at it. And not only can they not open it, they can't even budge it.
Ooh, now you're talking my language.
It might be treasure from the far continent.
Do you know something about it, Eisen?
Hush.
I don't see why I should care about it. Thanks anyway.
What was that about, Eisen?
You know something about that treasure chest, don't you?
I don't know what I'm gonna be doing this year. I am thinking of moving, but what do you mean all excuses? You know my internet was bad. It was really awful. Like, I couldn't even get a stable 500 kilobits per second upload. It was that bad. Today has been pretty decent. It's been fine for the past 2 days, but I was just making sure it was fine, and I was sorting out a few things. So I didn't stream the past 2 days, but now I'm back. I never lie.
I think it probably drifted here from the far continent.
Wow, really?
What makes you say that?
It sounds just like something I saw when I was there.
Oh, do go on. I'm all ears.
Let's go give it a look. If we really can't get it to open, I'll cut right through it.
That won't be necessary. I know how to open it. In fact, Eifried was the one who figured it out.
Now I get it. Is that where he found...
Yeah, that's where he found Siegfried.
If that's true, I'd hate to let the Abbey or the Bloodwings get their hands on whatever's inside. Off to Manon we go.
You know, I should have been using my time to work on Neo, but I didn't. I really should have, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I don't know what it is with me and not finishing my projects, but it will happen one day. Oh, hello, fat cat.
Well, hello there. I heard you woke the four Empyreans. I'm quite impressed.
What do you want, Morgrim?
I just came to pass on a little information to you. Specifically, that an Earth Pulse entrance has opened up. My guess is that it opened when you chased Innominat out.
An Earth Pulse entrance, huh?
We might be able to see more of the Earth in Historia.
Indeed. If we could learn more about Artorias' past, it might give us a hint about how to take on Innominat.
That's just what she wants us to think. Anyone else smell a trap?
I don't think we have to worry about that.
Are you sure?
Shigure loathed any form of trickery. If Morgrim was that kind of Malak, he would have struck her down long ago.
I appreciate your confidence in me. What you do with the information is up to you.
Where is this entrance?
It's at the Shrine of Tranquility, in a ball.
You must have learned about this from the Abbey. Why pass it on to me?
No special reason. I just happened to think of Lord Artorius's Malek. I thought it might be nice if I could help you learn a little more about her.
You mean Ceres?
All right. I'll check it out.
You know, that's a very good point, Jomaru. I thought of doing a list, a command that checks a list if I've played a game or not, and what I thought of. I didn't think of including my thoughts. But now that you mention it, it wouldn't be a bad idea. I mean, I've played a lot of games. Yeah, I really should do it. Yeah, suggestions like this would be good on Discord so I don't forget them. Because I've streamed quite a few games on Twitch, and most of them I have the VOD saved as well. And in terms of time taken, the issue is on some of these games, the time is not really accurate because I would either die in the restart sections and the time wouldn't save, or it doesn't count cutscenes or things like that. Games are weird when they count the time it takes to do stuff. Where is that thing? It was right there. Okay. Fine. Yeah, I really should play the games suggested by people. You've suggested a few. Jomaru has suggested a few as well. I really should play the suggested games. Yeah, it's a good idea. I definitely agree. Okay, this year I'm gonna play both of your suggestions. As in the both of you. I'll play Breath of Fire. I'll also play Fire Emblem at some point. I actually was really thinking of Fire Emblem. The issue with the Fire Emblem was I've lately been playing a lot of JRPGs, so I didn't want to play JRPGs back to back. Like, the last year I played, let's see, Kudelka, Shadow Hearts 1, Shadow Hearts 2, Final Fantasy X, Final Fantasy X-2, Tales of Zestiria. What other JRPG did I play? Xenoblade 3. Most of my streamed games were JRPGs. I think the thing about JRPGs, they have some very hardcore fans, but a lot of people don't like them as well, and they take a while, so it can drive people away from the channel sometimes. I mean, for the most part, people drop by the channel for a specific game and then disappear for a while.
Is that the treasure chest from the far continent?
Why does it look exactly the same as treasure chests from this continent?
How do we go about opening it?
I'd still be happy to cut it open, you know.
Don't. You'll probably end up cutting what's inside.
There's a password. It means wealth in the language of the far continent. Von Eltia.
It opened!
What? That's all it took? Talk about anticlimactic.
I didn't know the ship's name came from the far continent.
Yeah. An engineer who helped design the ship was familiar with technology from there. He probably supplied the name. And by that bizarre twist of fate, Siegfried came into Eifried's hands.
So what's inside?
I think one of the reasons as well that I don't get much growth is a lot of people would never watch a channel of somebody not using a face cam. And I've made my peace with that years ago. And yeah, YouTube, the issue is, with YouTube you really need to edit your content, and I'm too lazy to do that. I've never really used TikTok. I could probably clip stuff and post over there. But again, I'm just too lazy.
Anything interesting?
It's a book.
Ugh, that's so lame. You're killing me here.
It's really old, but it's written in a language I can read. It's titled Research Notes on Siegfried and Its Special Abilities.
Wait, so it's like a manual for using Siegfried?
Yeah. Some of it's missing, but I'm pretty sure.
Another twist of fate!
Fee, keep going. Let's hear more.
Believed to be a relic from the Avarost period, Siegfried utilizes an embedded formula to enable its wielder to manipulate mana. The commonly held belief is that Siegfried can alter, and thereby amplify, the mana of its host. But this is only its most basic capability, which is utilized to initiate and control its true functions.
Its true functions? Does that mean it can do more?
Oh, you got the medicine? Nice.
Our analysis suggests that Siegfried was originally created as a specialized anti-dragon weapon.
Oh my, the plot thickens.
To that end, Siegfried can fire volitional bullets that bestow certain special effects upon its targets. These bullets, made from crystallized mana, can cause disabilities depending on the intent with which they have been imbued. Known bullet varieties include one that can sever power links, and one capable of temporarily blocking out the influence of malevolence.
Bullets that block malevolence, huh?
Does it say where these bullets are?
No. Sorry, the rest is too worn to read.
That's all right.
We can't be sure if it's true or not, but it sounds plausible at least.
Eisen, how about we go looking for those bullets?
No, I have no need for them.
But if you had them, you could...
I have other things I need to worry about. And anyway, Siegfried belongs to Zavid now. Laphicet, next time you see him, I want you to tell him what you read.
Are you sure?
Please. I have a feeling he'll track those bullets down, even if he has to cross the whole world looking for them.
All right, I'll tell him. I promise.
Lo, is this another twist of fate in the making? But how, oh how will it turn out?
Can't you be serious just once in your life?
I think she's just saying Eisen's doing the right thing, in her own weird way. And it's true that nobody knows what the future holds.
That's for sure. And I like it that way.
Do you really mean that?
I do. It would be pretty boring to know everything that's coming, don't you think?
That's fair.
It's kind of like a reference to the fact that this is a prequel and we already know what happens. But yeah, now they
Good luck.
explained at least where Siegfried came from. Well, came from. But it still feels hand-wavy. So what, the vet only gave you medicine for the pain and that's it? What was wrong with his leg? Okay, let's get to a ball. I should have picked up the thing over there. Here is a weird thing. When I first got to Elias and everyone was thinking a ball was fine, how did that guy just now know Nico died ages ago? Okay, let's go to the Earth Pulse.
That definitely looks like an Earth Pulse entrance.
I don't sense Inominat here.
We still need to be careful. We might have ousted him from the Earth Pulses, but the 4 Empyreans are in play now.
If we want to learn anything useful, we'll need to go inside. Be ready for anything.
Pretty sure I've already beaten the strongest boss in the game, so... Oh. I don't think there is anything to be afraid of now. Phoenix is probably the strongest. I'm expecting a turtles fight. Oh, hello there.
We can do this! Double power! Dark and light!
No escape!
You're not hurt, are you?
Fairly weak. They look to be about the same level as the last time I was here. Oh, hello. Where are you?
A foe worth killing.
Right, weak to water, undead, opponents, and fiend. Alright, let's use water. Undead and fiend. There's undead, and the last one will be a fiend. Yep. Oh, it's level 54.
Blade of Heaven's Will! Devour! No escape! Catch and strike! Twin whip! No escape! Pranic Thunder!
I'll stop you! No escape!
I should probably kill the ads, but why bother?
Lightning! Bring down!
Oh, they're dead now. It took a while to kill them.
You wronged me! Here's your justice! Fight in order! No mercy! Wounds that won't heal! Carving the flesh! Lethal pay! Dark and light! Break things! No escape! No escape! Devour! No escape! Panic and thunder! Eternal torrent! Finish!
Alright, that's my victory.
I refuse to fall here.
Chance of receiving level 3 random skills on normal mode or above. Okay. Onion ring and I mastered every shoe. Except the shoe pastry. And one of these days I am gonna make Rock and Boosh. I've never made Crock and Boosh. lack of music and items is weird. Flashback.
And with that, the oath is now formed.
Ceres, take heed. I've now embedded a portion of...
Did he say cherish?
...within your corporeal form. Over the
Is he
next
Sean
several
Connery?
months, it should take hold and crystallize using the power of the oath.
The art you'll use to control the power my body has accumulated?
That is correct. Brunhild, the Sorcerer's Ring. It is an art that was lost long, long ago on this continent. Reviving it requires considerable investment.
So that is why you tied the oath to my life force. The formula will only be completed once I've died.
Do you have something to say?
No. I understand that this is a necessary step in order to realize armatization and bring Innominat under your control. And even though Siegfried possesses a similar power, Lord Melchior has yet to successfully locate the device. Knowing that, our research must be accelerated. That is the only reasonable way.
Then you understand. From here on, you are to focus on completing the Sorcerer's Ring.
As you say.
I trust you're not having any second thoughts about this?
She's a Moloch, here to serve and nothing more. And today she's proved herself quite loyal.
Yes, I am Ceres. I am your Moloch. I am simply a tool for you to fulfill your ideals.
So Ceres took her oath to make armatization possible.
But what a heavy price to make her pay.
And Artorias did it knowing that she was his reincarnated wife. Oh, who am I to talk? There was a time not long ago when I'd have done the same thing.
Regardless, things are now starting to come together. What happened to Ceres and to Eifried and Siegfried? It's all related. This all occurred so Artorias could armatize with Innominat and control him.
And then Velvet ended up devouring that power and making herself public enemy #1. How deliciously ironic.
No, Ceres knew what was going on, and she still...
But the Abbey has secured Siegfried's formula, and they're almost certainly using it to complete Innominat's Armatus.
Let's keep going, Velvet.
Yeah, we've come too far to turn back now. I'll see this through to the end.
So how difficult was it to find a vet for Blanco? In some places it's a nightmare to find a vet for a bird. Almost impossible.
Right then, let's finish this!
It looks like no one is injured.
Oh, not much? That's actually good. So what was exactly wrong with his leg? Played too much football?
It's been a full century since Midgand reunited the fractured land. In that time, we've enjoyed a blissful era of peace and prosperity. But the world has also seen its faith and moral purity slowly decay, only to be supplanted by deep, profound sin. Things have gotten so bad that nobody has even realized that the four Empyreans now slumber. I'm entirely certain that demons will only become ever more rampant, and yet I'm powerless to stop it.
Empyreans? Demons? What are you talking about?
I'm sorry. You shouldn't have to hear me grumble. You've already done so much for me.
It's fine, really. You've seen so much of the world. Things that I never even knew existed.
Yes, I've seen mountains spew flame and lands covered in ice. I've crossed stormy seas and ravines deeper than the eye can see.
That's so amazing. Weren't you ever frightened?
Of course. We are nothing in the face of nature. It takes so little for a person to lose their life out in the wilds. But in spite of the terror, those seas, the mountains, the forests, the deserts, they're absolutely breathtaking. And even in the harshest of climes, people still find a way to live there and carve out something resembling a home.
I think I understand you now.
How do you mean?
I can tell you really love this world. Not just that, but all the people who live in it, too.
The world and its people. Do you really think so?
I'm sure of it. Just remember that you're one of those people too, you know? You really should try to take care of yourself a little more.
But I can't do anything right. How could I possibly learn to like myself?
I believe in you, Arthur. I mean, my family and I are already quite fond of you just the way you are, no matter your faults.
Thank you, Celica.
They're charging that much for a bird X-ray. How big is the X-ray is gonna be? Like 2 centimeters by 2 centimeters? But yeah, it's rough. Is he still limping around? Like, I don't know how my mother's bird messed up his leg as well. He was much younger than, I think, even Blanco. He barely had feathers at the time. Yeah, it wouldn't hurt to get a second opinion. How much does a vet cost over there? A visit to the vet?
That was Velvet's sister and Artorias.
That's how I remember Celica. And him, too.
I see.
Lord Artorias.
Eleanor, I know that the exorcists believe from the bottom of their hearts that their work will save everyone.
Perhaps. But that won't stop you from fighting them, will it?
No, it won't.
Isn't ignorance bliss? Should we really keep digging up the past like this?
Velvet's never been one to pick the easy road.
What's wrong, kiddo? I was just thinking, the Earth in Historia is supposed to be a vast record of world history. It could show us anything. So why does it only ever focus on events related to Velvet's life?
Perhaps it's reacting to her presence. Or maybe, since this place used to be Innominat's vessel, his power is still influencing what we're seeing.
If that were true, shouldn't you be able to control the Earth in Historia, kiddo? You're supposed to be part of Innominat. Think of all the juicy secrets we could dig out of the past. Oh, I'm getting pins and needles.
I'm not so sure. Having that much access might be frightening. Some things aren't so fun to learn about.
Yeah, it seems like a significant difference in price.
I'll show you the beauty of my spear work. No escape!
Hey, is everyone all right?
Yeah, it's hard for me to gauge how much is considered expensive there. Obviously, a difference in cost of living between places.
You better be ready.
Like, it's a lot more expensive here, for example. I mean, here, if I want to see my rheumatologist, for example, I would pay what's around, let's see. Probably about 700 Brazilian reals.
I still need a lot of training.
Just to see my rheumatologist. And my blood tests and everything would be more than double that. So multiplied by 3 for every time I see my rheumatologist.
I hear that you've finally gotten your assignment. Have they given you a name yet?
Malak number 2.
That isn't your name.
Huh?
You don't remember anything, do you? But of course you don't. You died before you were even born. But my memories, they came back. And these memories, they torment me. I can never replace them. And I can't undo them.
I don't really understand.
You don't have to. Just know that I was happier before my memories and free will reawakened. If I had one wish, I'd wish that you stay the way you are.
Hey Thomas, yeah, this is in Metal Gear. I've been trying to finish this game. I mean, I haven't been able to stream for over a month. Finishing this, and assuming the person who actually gave me the Metal Gear collection and has been asking me to play is around, then I'll start Metal Gear. If he doesn't show up, then I'm probably going to play something else when I finish this. But it's not going to be something too long. I was thinking of Legacy of Kain, actually. I've never really played those games. I think I started one of the games at some point. I had a demo of another one. It was the second game. Soul Reaver. And that was about it. I've always heard positive things about it.
You're going?
I'm about to free someone who can kill the strongest Empyrean and the head exorcist. I suppose you could call it revenge. Against myself and against my past. Goodbye. Please, find it in your heart to forgive your mother when she failed to protect you.
Was it one of those black disc demos on PlayStation 1? Because that's the one I had, I think.
Wait, what? How'd we get here? This is the prison island!
Probably by an Earth Pulse warp. I'll have to send for the Von Eltia to come get us.
I guess I must have met Ceres at some point, but I don't have any memory of it happening.
But why would that place connect to here?
Well, I mean, this is an Earth Pulse point, isn't it?
Ceres might have willed it to be somehow.
What do you mean?
Velvet is right. I think the Earth in Historia showed us that memory because Ceres wanted us to see it. Or Velvet and Laffy said, at least.
I think I understand. And I think I agree.
It may have taken us all the way out here, but at least we have something to show for it. I suppose we can't complain.
Yeah.
This was worthwhile.
Was it?
Let's get to the harbor.
I can think and decide for myself now, but it's kind of nice. I feel alive like this. So rest easy, Mom. I'll be okay.
Well, we got a color variant for her. That looks weird. Although it's more traditional Tales protagonist outfit, I would say. But seriously, we have money. Just give her something to wear. Okay, let's go to the back docks. Or we should have gone to open that chest, right? We'll do that afterwards. Get a skit.
How many times do I have to tell you? You just don't get it!
Is it his tail?
Who doesn't get it? You're just making a lot of trouble where there shouldn't be any, old man!
What did you just call me? Say that again, I dare you!
Both of you, shut up already! You're making so much noise that I'm tempted to devour your heads just to get some peace and quiet!
Honestly, I find it odd how you pirates, who are on the same side, are always fighting. Yet you don't hesitate to rescue shipwrecked Abbey sailors who are your enemy.
What's so hard to understand about that?
You're treating your ally like your enemy, and your enemy like your ally.
Seriously? You still have a lot to learn, apparently.
What the hell does the Abbey teach you, exorcists? You talk all about going around helping people, but you don't know the first thing about sailing.
Are you implying that the first thing about sailing is to help your enemies?
I can't explain it to the likes of you. Benwick, you explain it to our esteemed exorcist here.
Well, you see, when somebody out at sea is in trouble, we don't refer to them as allies or enemies. You might think nothing of being aboard a ship, but take a moment to think about how vast and deep the ocean is. Now imagine if you weren't on a ship, if you were out here alone. Sends chills down your spine, doesn't it?
I guess I can't argue with you there.
Out on the sea, even just a single board of driftwood can mean the difference between staying afloat and succumbing to the depths of the water. That's why even when we raid and sink a ship, we pull up anybody who took for the water, and we bring them aboard.
I know it sounds hypocritical to attack someone's ship and then rescue them out of the water, but that's just the way things are on the sea.
You pirates are an interesting bunch.
Plus, if the people we rescue end up getting another ship, we can attack them again and take all their new loot.
You don't go and kill every last prickle boar in the forest, or else you won't have any more to hunt later. It's the way of the world.
And my faith is gone.
All right, but why were you two fighting to begin with?
Oh, right, that! I remember why. Benwick here came up and started squeezing lemon juice on the perfectly fine fried chicken I just made.
Who wouldn't do that? It's normal.
The way you drench it takes away all the seasoning and complexity of flavor that I worked so hard to get right.
No way! You have to at least put that much on, or it's not worth eating at all.
Forget about the chicken. Who wants to douse these two in a bucket of water instead?
Why not oil? Oil and just burn it. Also, that was a very stupid question from Eleanor, because it's like saying, oh, you always bicker with your family, but when you're outside, you're polite to the waitress. Yeah, but... Right, let's rest again. There's another skit.
Medusa wants to use some octopus demon to make dinner tonight. Let's go catch some together.
Why does she sound like a chronic smoker?
We can go as soon as I'm all done here.
Okay, but hurry!
You and Kamoana seem to have become really good friends.
Yeah, I guess she's really latched on to me.
I think it meant a lot that you protected her when we were attacked at Titania. She told me that lizards usually feel cold to touch. but that you have a warm heart deep down.
That's not me at all. I'd have run away if I had my tail back, but I'd already gotten surprised and dropped it. So what else could I do but fight?
Oh yeah, I guess you'd lost your tail, hadn't you?
Has Kamoana stopped trying to scare you after that?
It looks like it, yeah. Long enough for my tail to regrow again, at least.
Oh, it's back. I didn't see. Boo!
Ah!
Oh no, his tail!
Kamoana, sweetie. You know better than to
Is she eating his tail?
But he's being so slow. He kept me waiting too long. But I'm sorry.
It's alright. It'll grow back again. And besides, lizard tails make the best bait for octopus demons. I'm sorry I kept you waiting. Now how about we go catch us some dinner?
Yay! Let's go, Dio. Let's go.
Alright, let's open that chest, I guess. So I don't have to go down every time to check if I have enough or not. Oh, everyone is back here. Right. B2 is over here. Then take your left. Okay, where are we going next? Taliesin is, I guess that's an option. Oh, we can just teleport here. We'll just take this, it's free. Check with that family, and I guess that's the end of Zavid's quest.
Oh, it's you! Thank you for everything you've done.
Has Zavid been by since last time?
Yeah, actually, he finally dropped by here the other day. Ah, it was great. We were all really happy to see him again.
What about Theodora?
She wasn't with him, but he made it sound like her problems were finally all resolved.
He said they were going to travel together.
But we don't feel lonely.
Yeah, he said no matter how far apart we are, we'll always be together in our hearts, and they'll never forget us. He told us that we all share a strong bond, and it's all because...
Because that's Zavid's way, right?
Nuh-uh. It's because that's our family's way. All of us.
And it's a wonderful way to be.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
Zavid told us that because he has family here, because he has somewhere to come home to, he'll be able to travel with an easy heart.
And he left us with a huge pile of money. We told him we didn't know what to do with it all, and he just laughed.
Yeah, the game is weird, but I wouldn't necessarily say it's good weird. The writing isn't that good. I mean, there is good weird and there's bad weird. Nier is good weird. This, not so much.
He said we could use the money to grow our family even more. If you ever see Zavid on your travels, please give him a message. Tell him you'll always have a home here.
Of course. We'll make sure to pass it on to him.
You know, people going, "Oh, we're trying for a family," or things like this. It's such a weird thing to say. It's like, "Oh, he gave us some money, so I can just cream pie her all day and it's fine." That's exactly what they're saying. It's just a weird thing to say.
See ya!
It's like, I don't really want to know the details.
We got orders from headquarters. They want us to boost security for the transport unit.
But the transport's got more than enough as it is.
A few days back, a Gald convoy got raided. They lost everything, down to the last coin. Thankfully, no one was killed, but the raid was such a clean job, HQ thinks it must have been the work of a pro.
The demons already have us stretched thin enough, and now we have to deal with bandits on top of that?
Alright. Empyrean Throne is where I need to go. Anything here? Yep. Let's go to Stonebury then. Have you played any of this series before, Jomaro? If so, I wouldn't necessarily recommend this game. Or Zestiria. Definitely not Zestiria, actually.
Another hunting team sent to Hexen Isle was wiped out. Maybe we really are in over our heads.
Quit your whining. If we don't take out that dragon, we'll never get into the Calyx. We're operating under the direct order of Lord Artorius himself.
But how can we hope to complete our mission without Lord Shigure and the other legates?
There's a dragon on Hexen Isle?
Perhaps the one that was caught in the Calyx got loose?
I don't think so. It sounds like the one we fought some time ago.
It has to be Silva.
Rein it in, kiddo. That dragon is bad news. I rather like not being a smear on the ground or a slowly dissolving mass inside a dragon's digestive tract. We'd best leave it be.
What did you think of Symphonia?
Do you feel obligated to help him?
Not exactly. Even when we were together, we never talked. I mean, we didn't have any feelings or free thought. We were just there. If you'd taken him with you instead of me, I'd probably have turned into a dragon by now myself. He's beyond saving, but at the very least, I want him to be at peace.
It's your funeral. I'll stick around to clean up what's left.
I'll go too.
Me too.
I'm in. Everyone deserves closure.
Oh, to be young and fearless. You do realize if we lose, there won't even be any dental records left to identify us by?
Do they even have the technology to compare them to records? Yeah, I started it a long time ago, Symphonia. Didn't get too far. Then I started it again, I got further. Then years later I started it a third time and I got pretty far, but I never actually beat Symphonia. It was one of the better ones in the series, definitely. I think pretty much everyone agrees on that. Some of the games are not too good. I think I need to take the ship to Hexen Isle. Now I'm basically doing the end game stuff. I could probably finish the game, I'm guessing within 2 hours if I just go for the main story. And I'm doing all the side stuff. Right, Hexenal is here. Let's go. There is that dragon. Exclamation mark here. Which Chained Echoes, which one was that? I have not played Blue Dragon. As you know, I've never played Fire Emblem. Which medieval kind of game are you looking at lately, though? Is there anything here? Oh, I'm not that strong. Was worrying over nothing. Oh, there is a chest right there. Really? I have 299 and they just need 300 to open. I do find myself sometimes, well, especially in the past, I would not really find joy in a lot of the games that were coming out, and I end up just having more fun with an indie game or something like that. Because at least those can be more creative these days.
Looks like he's recovered all right.
Oh, come on! Give us a break already! I bet even Inominat couldn't stop this thing!
Then this'll be the perfect warm-up.
Am I just imagining things? Or does he look like he's even stronger?
It isn't your imagination. It looks like he's absorbing the malevolence from all around the Calyx.
There's still time to run if you want to. This dragon is no joke.
I'm sorry, Silva. I used you so I could escape. But this time, I won't run away.
I remember when Kingdom Come came out. I wasn't a huge fan of the way it looked. And I watched somebody play it, and it was so full of bugs. Way too many bugs. It was really broken. I hear they later improved it a little bit, but I don't know about how much.
You're going down, Silva! No tricks! Just a straight up battle!
Double haze! No escape! Deception!
Scale Crusher!
Shooting star! Hurricane!
Scale Crusher!
Double haze! No escape!
Scale Crusher!
Shooting star! Hurricane!
Earthquake!
No escape! Shooting star!
Scale Crusher!
Killing flash! But I'm this close! I won't miss! Form zero! Thunder!
Lightning! Rain down!
Hurricane! Double haze!
Hell, he just turned around without any warning or a tell.
Armor crusher! Shooting
Yeah, I haven't been immersed in a game in quite some time, I think. I think the last game I really was immersed in, but that was not in the world, more like in the gameplay. I think it was Tunic. Tunic was fun. I do not regret playing it. It was my favorite game from last year, I would say. No, not Elden Ring. I've never actually played The Witcher. Nope, I'm not kidding. I've never played The Witcher. I thought of playing it, but I'm one of those people who would want to play the series in order. And when I looked at the first game, I heard how clunky it was, and I didn't end up playing it. But now I hear there's a remake coming, so I'll just wait for that. I would read the books, but I'd rather maybe if I read the books, I'll read the books, but I still won't play the games until I play them in order.
Deception. I'll finish this. It's a pummel. Windlash. Gave way. Windlash. Windlash. Frigid Crusher. Crusher. No ready to die? Think you can dodge? Just try. Perfect mayhem.
Light heal on thunder.
Yep, this was the undead dragon in Berseria.
Something. One time, when Lady Teresa was punishing me, Silva stood right by my side, just like this.
I'm expecting you to type in Discord, game suggestion, Witcher 3.
I see.
Sorry, Silva. And Velvet, back at Helavis. Thanks for taking me with you and getting me out of there.
That was basically kidnapping, really.
Maybe, but I want to thank you all the same.
You don't have to, Fee. Really. You've come a long way. That's because you put in the effort, not me.
The sensation. Is the calyx still functional?
Well, seems we're done here.
I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you.
What do you mean?
The calyx is a series of ancient ruins unearthed and brought back to life by Melchior. But now that he's kicked the bucket, Artorias might be the only one who can actually control the place. Oh, you know, you can never be too sure of what the future holds, right? That's all I meant.
Why did this dragon turn into a skeleton, though? We lost a lot of points. Like, the other dragons disappeared, but this one just turned into a skeleton. Only because in Zestiria, right here, was an undead dragon. I also think you can fight it later on, but I didn't bother with the end game too much. These games should have more consistency in the rules. I think I'm just too critical these days of games. I probably would have enjoyed this a lot more if I played it back when it came out, maybe. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not great. It's better than Zestiria in a lot of ways. But yeah, this area was the post-game dungeon of Berseria. More like post-game dungeons, plural-wise. Okay. Get the elixir that I'm never gonna use. I did see the specs for Forspoken. I mentioned it on Discord. It's not good. It's obvious that it's not really very well optimized. And the reception for the game has been very divided. I've seen reviews going for like 5 out of 10, and some reviews giving it 9.
I don't think we have a chance.
Is this the Emperor from Final Fantasy II? But it's gonna be on discount soon enough. Undead Fiend. Weak to wind. Alright, let's try and work on that weakness. Undead. Only have one fiend thing, right?
Slow down! Heaven's wrath! No escape! Shooting star! Slow down! Deception! Deception! Caution! Deception! Heaven's double haze!
Yeah, I think the demo, I was too worried about the way my stream was chugging along to focus too much on it. I felt that it's one of those games that originally had potential, but leadership messed it up too much. I expect in the game itself, movement is going to be fun, but combat seems clunky. I hate bosses that just guard. In any game, I just hate bosses that guard. Maybe that's why I always struggle with human bosses in Neo.
Wounds that won't heal. Cause and deflect. Lethal pay! Lightning throwdown!
That was a considerably powerful enemy.
Was it? +1 initial souls to characters where equipment that has been enhanced by total 45 or more times. Though not me.
Scout.
I could utilize systems and games a lot more. I don't. Oh, I never really checked the... It looks like a student in an all-girls Catholic school. That's exactly what he looks like now. No, I was never a student in an all-girls Catholic school. I wouldn't necessarily know what they would look like. Alright, we got every chest here. I think we're probably done. I don't think of anything else I could do apart from going to the Empyrean Throne. That's the final dungeon or penultimate dungeon. But I'm not going to be streaming for longer than an hour. I don't think I'll be finishing it if I... I'm gonna take a look around, see if there is a cat's chest. There is. So every one of those islands, I need to open the chest. I don't have enough. Nope, that's Oh, I am in the right place. Shh. What do you guys think? Should I do a longer stream today and finish the game? Or just finish it tomorrow? I'm leaning towards just finishing it tomorrow. Keep forgetting I can't go this way. It is long. Okay, let's go to... I would say I'm practically at the end. I think the next location is gonna be the final dungeon. It's a revisit of an older place, so the JRPG expert in me says I'll go there, I'll probably fight a boss or something, and then it will open a deeper dungeon where I go in and I can really explore and fight the final boss. So I'm pretty much there. But you know how those things can take maybe 2 hours minimum. I don't think I have much more left. Nope, not this way. So yeah, if I finish it tomorrow, I will... It's more that I don't like streaming well past 4 AM. And it's already 3 AM, so... And you might think, well, what's the difference? Did I go here again? Oh, other side. Did you end up beating Legend of Dragoon, or are you close to it? I don't remember the game too well. I can remember bits and pieces. I remember really enjoyed it, and I think I restarted it when I was doing my undergraduate degree, but I didn't really finish it again. I did finish it back in the day though.
I can feel him. Not somewhere in the sky.
In the sky? Wait, look!
Oh no, it's a long ladder. We all know what's coming. Oh yeah, you're still a ways off. I remember what the last party member you get him pretty late.
You're the ones who liberated us from Inominat's domain, right? I want to thank you for all that you've done.
Big guy.
You really don't have to do that. I was just acting in my own interests. If any Malachims still get in my way, I won't hesitate to devour them.
Hey, hold up! Most of us are under the influence of Inominat's power and have been robbed of our free will. The majority of Malachim are too afraid of malevolence to even go near humans.
Before Innominat's interference, we were a peaceful people.
That doesn't matter to me.
We get what you're saying, but if we go easy on anybody, then we'll be the ones who get killed. If you truly want to protect your friends, you'll have to stop us by force.
Wouldn't you agree that having free will means choosing the path you believe in?
I suppose you're right. And that's why we too will work toward the future we desire.
In order to achieve a perfect fusion of human and Moloch power, the Abbey gave Armati a physical form. Specifically, they're vessels embedded with a formula that can manipulate mana. They call these objects divine artifacts.
Is that what that bow is?
Yes, this is one of the divine
That's the one Mikley
We've decided
got.
we want to pass on the knowledge behind the divine artifacts and armatization to future generations.
Why would you want to do that? Armatization is dangerous.
We want to enable humans and Malachim to coexist.
What?
In its current form, armatization is a one-sided process, allowing a human to exploit a Moloch's power. But imagine if humans and Malachim could armatize with mutual awareness and consent.
It could provide just the edge our people need to battle the great forces who seek to harm our world.
Like the Lord of Calamity, you mean? Well, do what you want.
It's another potential for the future.
Yes.
But I have one warning for you. The divine artifact intended for Innominat is already complete. You know what that means, don't you?
Artorias himself will use the divine artifact to armatize.
That's what I've been saying maybe 40 hours ago.
We'll pray for your success in battle, Lord of Calamity.
Or you're making chili? I'm a fussy eater. I've been thinking of experimenting a little bit in the kitchen, but too lazy. Like, I really want to bake some new stuff. As I was saying earlier, I wanted to try making croquembouche. Never really made choux pastry. Oh, hello. I also don't cook every day. Hey, buddy.
I don't think we have a chance.
Man, I remember fighting this guy in Zestiria. He was at the bottom of a cliff, and I was just standing there fighting, and all of his attacks were missing me. That was fun. Alright, Dragon Folk. Armored Fiend Dragon. Weak to wind. I think it resisted neutral water and earth, if I recall correctly. Warrior, Fiend, Dragon, and Armored is the last one we need to go for. There we go.
It's the Dragon Swordsman, so this is the demon Shigure couldn't beat.
Infernal Torrent! Here it comes! Roaring Thunder! Infernal Torrent!
Really? This is the one that Shigure couldn't handle?
Is that the Rangetsu's?
Here it comes! Here! Spiral! Hail!
You remind me of students at university. They would say I'm cooking and they just use a microwave. How is he guarding and getting stun locked at the same time? There should be a limit to how much they can guard.
I won't lose here. Not to anyone but Shigure.
Wait, she's a woman?
It's okay. My brother died by my hand.
I see. Well done, Rokuro.
Is that their mother?
Did she just say...
Yeah. You see, this dragon swordsman was a previous Shigure. And my mother.
Oh, really? No one called it.
So, the previous Shigure was a woman.
You knowingly killed your own mother? Why?
That's just how it goes in my clan. My mother slew my grandfather to take the name Shigure, and my brother did the same to her. It's an endless cycle.
But she should be dead. How did she become a demon?
No, this was a Moloch. One that was halfway to becoming a dragon by the looks of it.
So what then? She was reincarnated as a Moloch? But she still got to keep all her human memories somehow. It all seems a little too convenient, doesn't it?
Maybe her feelings were just that strong. Or perhaps...
Does it really matter? She fought like a real member of the Rangetsu clan would. And that sword belonged to my mother.
Why didn't you take the sword then?
Do you think Tabitha knew about this?
If she did, she sure played us for damn fools. We're going to need to have a chat with her.
We need more adamantite armor. Alright, let's go talk to Tabitha. I swear no one is born and gets called Tabitha. Only old people have that name.
Hi there! If you need scratch for your trip, then look no further than Les Katz's corner store. Meow!
What? No white turtles?
Maybe he caught a cold and decided to stay in bed and sleep.
Just the opposite, Meow. You might even say he's had an
Oh,
awakening.
we're gonna fight him.
He's seen the truth of this crazy world, Meow.
What are you going on about?
Whatever it is, I'm worried about him. Then you should visit Cat's Corner, Meow. I heard there's a turtles there waiting for you guys to show up, Meow.
Cat's Corner, huh? Wonder what he's doing there.
Waiting for us to beat us to death. I'm guessing. Alright, let's teleport back to Logres, right? Why did I never get the Geopulse or whatever it's called in this area? Alright, I think I'm gonna go fight the turtles, and then we're gonna call it. And that would be me beating every single powerful boss, I guess. Okay, there isn't anything else. 30 bosses down. It's not here either. What? Why do I bother? Maybe it was at the inn. I've been to the inn. Haven't? Whatever. I don't think I'm coming back here later. Okay, old hag, spill
So
it.
your fateful encounter was a success.
It was.
You knew who the dragon swordsman really was, didn't you?
Did you use us for your personal revenge?
No. That loss we suffered those 20-odd years ago was entirely on us Bloodwings. Hell, that Shigure was so good she managed to fight our people off while holding her newborn with one hand.
Newborn? Would that have been Rokuro?
I always thought the Rangetsu weren't ones for being sentimental. I was so surprised. I asked her why she did it. She had blood all over her face, but she looked at me with this very soft smile and said, "This precious child has the potential to cut me down and go on to be the strongest swordsman. It's my duty to protect him."
What's up with lines cutting out
The
early?
name will be passed down no longer. But at least that wish I could fulfill. I owe you one, Tabitha.
And I you. That's one long-standing worry that I can now let go.
Are you sure you're okay with this, Rokuro?
The Shigure, my mother, was a strict person. When I was a kid, she was always scolding me for something. But for the very first time in my life, she actually praised me. That felt really good to hear.
Rokuro.
And I also learned why Shigure hadn't been able to carry out his mission. It's not that he couldn't kill her. He just chose not to. To take the life of one's own parent, that is an experience you don't need to have more than once.
Even as an exorcist and a demon.
Yeah. At least that's what I think.
Alright. We did this quest. It's odd that the... It's odd that the reward isn't another mystic art or something. We already have 2 mystic arts though. Right. We're going to the cat's corner. Shiro's favorite song.
Achoo!
But you don't like it, Zero? Or you prefer the Poppy song? Is there a Poppy song? I don't know, I haven't played Xeno Alice in ages. Yeah, I'm gonna fight him. He's a Dark Turtles now. Just like the other game. Turtles with a Wounded Heart is about to start a new dark chapter of his history. Be a time of his youth that he can never take back. I'm a bit jealous. Okay, this guy is gonna murder me. Probably gonna have a tougher time than I did with Phoenix.
Toidles in the house.
What's that song?
Toidles. Everyone loves them Toidles.
It's called The Hymn of Toidles. It's an old family song. A real blast from the past. It's a cursed song. One meant to put chills down your spines. But it's almost a waste of things to use, pipsqueaks.
What? I don't understand a word you're saying.
You will soon enough. Trust me.
It's another Exilia callback.
Darks this shell is?
Hold on, are you White Turtles?
You've turned down a dark path.
A path that yous all sent me down.
Wait, the cat's eye squints?
And now I'm gonna
Batman.
cook you a new one.
Cook him a new one? Why?
And not just Laphicet. I'm gonna cook yous a new one too, sister. And Rokiro and Aizen and Magalu. You guys are getting cooked too. I'm up to my shell in debts. And it's all because of yous guys and your discounts. I'm so into Reds, I got sold off to be made into turtle soup. They were dressing me up with spices and everything, planning to make a whole feast out of me.
I still don't understand a word you're saying.
I want it all's back. I want the good old days when I was young and now my heart and shell.
Why are the lines cutting so early?
The soy sauce I was marinated in, yes. Now I am Dark Turtles. Because of yous, my old life is gone forevers.
What?
Behold the salty soy darkness that stews within my heart. For two.
Level 88. Yeah, he is almost the strongest Phoenix, I'd say. Unknown, weak only to fire and water.
I can't believe
Can't believe he actually turned black. Can't say that. Alright, we're gonna go with wind and water, right? Swallow dance. No, it's fire and water, right?
They turned black. That must have been quite the soy sauce.
It was!
Fire and water, yeah. Water. Okay, Infernal Torrent. And let's turn off any earth that they might have.
Soon, you'll all end up this way too. I'm going to boil and stew you all. Every last one of you.
Running mound!
Come on, leave me alone!
Running land! Finish!
Leave me alone!
He's not as annoying as he was in Berseria. I guess he hasn't had time to power up. Ouch.
Divine Saber! Twilight Serpent!
Leave me alone! Shooting star! No escape!
Here! Double hit! Twilight Serpent!
Shooting star! No escape! Hold up! Leave me alone! Poito forever!
Ouch. Yeah, he's not dealing that much damage. Remember how I beat him in Zestiria Shiro?
This is my final fury!
He didn't even take half of her health off.
Fertile blue! Form subject!
Meanie!
Poito forever! Deception! Double hit! Double hit!
No mercy! Wounds that won't heal! Blade of Heaven! Enemy Infernal Torrent! No escape! Finish! Infernal Torrent! No escape! You won't get away! Divine Saber!
Poito forever!
No escape!
Spamming bow and reviving, not just spamming bow.
Shooting star! No escape!
Infernal Torrent! Bright Thunder!
Shooting star! Leave me alone! Fertile blue! Double hit! Leave me alone!
No mercy! Wounds that won't heal! Lethal play!
I used it too early. Yeah, he's dead. I wish I used the Mystic Art. Would get a lot more experience out of him.
My body, it feels salty yet sweet.
This is it then.
Careful, Velvet. If you eat too much salt all at once, your blood pressure will go through the roof.
Truly, he's not a very appetizing color.
Though he does remind me of those noodles from Eastgand.
I wasn't actually going to eat him. Although we do like our flavors thick in Eastgand.
You guys just don't get it, do you? The flavor's packed in, but I'm still low in sodium. And with plenty of omega-3s, I's good for your skin, too.
More pride than sense.
It's not like I wants to tell yous all this, but I've been marinated so much. I's got no life ahead of me but to become the best stews anyone's ever tasted.
Velvet, don't make the guy cry.
How is any of this my fault?
Simmer down, Meow. Don't worry, Dark Turtles. You're not cooked yet, Meow. As long as you don't lose hope, a better tomorrow is sure to come along, Meow.
Your words are too kind. It's like more salt on my wounds.
Oh, it sounds like what you need is the cat's pajamas, Meow.
Cat's pajamas?
It's a fun place to unwind, have a few drinks with friends, and cleanse the soul of all life's problems, Meow.
Can it really cleanse any soul? Even one as dark from soys as mine?
Where there's a will, there's a way. It's not a matter of can or can't, Meow. The cat's pajamas is where go-getters can get together. And grown-ups only. You have to be 2,000 to enter, Meow.
Ah, that's no good. I's just a 999-year-old juvenile.
Ah, with turtles, nobody can tell the difference anyway, Meow. Don't sweat the small stuff. That's the key to getting the most out of cat's pajamas and really life as a whole. Meow. Take that to heart, and you can tell everyone you've got the inner wisdom of a 9,999-year-old. Meow.
You know, I think I'm starting to feel ready to take on the world again, like I used to. I'll give this cat's pajamas a shot and see if it can cleanse my soul.
It did not work.
Meow. Allow me to show you around, Dark Turtles. We'll get you set up with all sorts of nice drinks, Meow.
Considering how he is in Zestiria.
What is the cat's pajamas?
Well, Eleanor?
I haven't the slightest idea.
It sounds like a good time. We should go and check it out.
Let's not. That's not a path worth going down.
After all that, I still have no idea what the point was. Maybe there wasn't one to begin with.
Oh no. I think today's events hold some significance. Just what'll become of that turtle's heart after the cleansing, though, is hard to say.
Wow, that's a lot of experience. Also, I didn't die at all. I think mastering all of these things just made me too powerful. Don't forget to decide for those who know what Valken's cries are. Alright.
Good luck.
Show him.
That's interesting. Mew. Norman card, Soul Cat. Ribbon, BM food card, Soul Cat. I just got the Sophie, I think. That it. Look, Jiro. It's a crocodile. Even though it's green. People. And I should probably do some interesting outfits for the finale. Like how in Xenoblade I was just dressed like I was on the beach for most of the game. Yeah, that's the Sophie we just got. I'm surprised there wasn't a fight involving Jude and Miller.
Oh, don't tell me I have the hiccups now.
$200,000. Just like that. Okay. I think we are done for today. Tomorrow I can just go directly to the boss, I think. And final boss, I think. More or less, yeah. I mean, it's gonna be the final dungeon. We're gonna get to probably some entrance to a bigger dungeon. It's not gonna be the same place we fought warriors early in the game. But yeah, I'll probably play something else immediately afterwards. I'm guessing this will take me maybe 2-3 hours at most. So we'll finish it and then swap games. Oh, I hate swapping games in the middle of the stream. I don't know why, I just don't like it. But I need to get used to it. Is that Bienfu singing? And yes, I'm just leaving the music so you can all appreciate it. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. It's been a good stream. I'll catch you guys all at some point in the future. Hopefully tomorrow, assuming my ISP doesn't go, hey, you streamed. I'll make sure you can't do it again. Who knows, they might do that. Alright, I'll catch you guys later. Goodbye.